built like that in terms of feature, look, and still balance, those kind win hog shows. But then when they have the generating pieces and parts like that one, they look incredible in sow lots, and they make you a lot of money. I would keep a very close eye on that particular female come sale time if you want to make the next generation better. This red pig, I mean, it is quite unique. That's a very good way of putting that. That one's skull shape and look up front with his short-backed, real fuzzy, stout features, I think are very, very fun to think about, and in terms of how he feeds and where he's ready come March. And that's a big, big chest with a really geek neck. I think that's a very neat little red pig. And then the white pig, obviously we get to show him in the Yorkshire class. Very good pig in terms of feature, balance, and build. And that's what you'd expect to get from Herons when they roll them out. Awesome trio. Thanks, Tim, for bringing this set down to Oklahoma City.
Next one in here comes to us from Mollet Genetics. We have lots 184, 185, and 186. This lot 184, that is the dark cross male pig. That pig would be a wild ride, Little Bro Tier 1, mother of 22-1. That just so happens to be the mother of No Intro and Simple Man. 185, that pig would be a wild ride, Sandman, the belted crossbred there. As well, that was mother. That one is 38-2. That is the mother of All Out. And then we wind up there with lot 186. That would be a wild ride Nomad. That's the light crossbred. The white cross is a Nomad sow. Actually, they purchased from Kurt Morgan and his family. Three really good prospects here from Mollet Genetics.
Yeah, Mullet's drop in, and we'll talk this Calico as he comes across. His balance and proportions are really unmatched. I love his flex and his ability to get out and go. I think that one's just got a ton of upside from a feeding window standpoint. The predominantly white pig there, very, very short-backed and still very unique in terms of his jawline and his cheek. Very good up front in terms of height to shoulder and still balance. I think that one's got just a tremendous future. Then the belted pig there, Boar pig or Barrow, however you want to see him. Mollet's just known for making these hogs that feed and generate. No different within this particular trio. The belted pig, very tall-fronted, wild up front. He's got the goods in terms of look and balance there, and still packs a good punch as he turns and goes. Great trio from Mollet there. Thanks for bringing him to town.
Next one's coming in here. It comes to us from Pullen Showstock. We have lot 162 there on the male pig, the dark cross. He is a pig sired by Second Chance. His mother would be a Body Slam, rumor has it. Second Chance is an OG son there that they have there, originated from Holt Livestock. He's a litter mate to the 3rd overall hamp there at the Northwest District Show. They're in Woodward. The 9-3 sow, it says here, is sired by the Moyer Boar Body Slam. back on a good rumor has it sow. This spot gilt, this is one I know Randy's extremely excited about. He's told me about her for quite some time, and her destiny endpoint would be for here. This lot 451 is sired by Axis Tilt. That's the boar there that the Liston crew has. And then her mother is a big stack Riot. It says a first litter gilt here that's going to be out of the Foundation sow that originated there at Carl Kent. So 2 litter mates there at the Fall Classic event that was held there by the NSR last week. That was champion in reserve. I think we got a special spot female here, Dougie.
Yeah, that one gets your blood pumping. For spotted enthusiasts or people that just want to win pig shows, I'd get in and get it often on this spotted gilt. I mean, not only is she wild marked and awesome from a color pattern perspective, but her build is simply timeless. That's an awesome looking one that's great in terms of her extension up front, tall fronted, and it just looks like her maturity is going to be perfect for March. And then we've got this wide belted bear or boar pig that comes next, and you love his look, you love his reach off both ends of his body, but still with an immature type of muscle pattern that looks like he can get very, very good come later on in the feeding period. I think a great pair here from Pullins to get us going here at perfect timing.
I'm very excited to talk about this next one. This is Big Bob and it's CKL spots, and yet at this same time he's going to run this little critter in, and he ain't spotted, he's belted. And called me, and I went by there the other day, and I'll be honest, when I seen this one, I was a little bit in awe, because when you see this guy in terms of his size, it doesn't really correlate to how big the circumference of bone is that this one has. I mean, this is one heavy structured stout critter. I'll be anxious to hear what Doug has to say about it in a minute, but he's sired by the Breathtaker boar there at Moyers. His mother would be the Hidden Treasure sow that was reserve grand overall there at our state fair here in 23, and then it was a $7,500 fourth overall gilt at the Tulsa State Fair. Her dam sire is a mate to Chubbs, which was that popular bear there that showed a few years ago at the Indiana State Fair. I think this guy has, don't know where his endpoint is, don't know what his future looks like, but I think this is a very, very unique critter.
Guys, we can show bears forever, and it doesn't matter. I say just buy him and show him when he's ready, because that thing is just wild everywhere. He comes with a big shag on his legs, his ears, he's got fuzz, and he's got all the upside, and he knows that he's good. Just look at his head. I was not expecting to see a belted pig from Big Bob drop in the ring, but man, when they're good, you just bring whatever they are. It doesn't matter. That is a short-bodied, proportionate, wild-looking critter that can show forever. Get in on this crossbred male here.
That's lot 213, Big Bob. You can see he's not quite used to shavings. Lot 5 comes in here from Robin Ridge Farm. Mike brings this pig in. He'd be a bases loaded back out of a tricked out sow. This guy's been the pick out of a very popular litter there. This is the mother of this one would be a tricked out female that was purchased from the Kilmer Group. Kilmer's family actually showed that gilt down there at North American where Mike purchased her out of, and then bred to the bases loaded boar. That was the $100,000 CNC pig that sold there this last year that stands at Premium Blend. Lot 5 from Robin Ridge.
Mike's been snapping this one for a while. I mean, he's kind of a Snapchat aficionado, if you will, and this pig is very, very good, and he's better than he was advertised. That thing's got some really big limbs, and I'm not sure, Boar or Barrow, whatever you want to do with him, but man, he can sit him and go off both ends. I mean, he's got the hair. He looks like a man, and it takes stouties to win big pig shows, and that hog certainly has that. If you see that hog turn and go away, he has got extremely large appendages that look like they're just going to keep getting bigger. Good pig here from Robin Ridge.
Our next one's coming out from Robin Ridge. It'll be lot 6 and 7. This is 6 here, I guess. This pig would be a shock and awe on a last drop litter. This one here says was small in numbers but very powerful in terms of his quality. This pig here, I know he got the last drop in-game sow is one that I know Mike's got a great deal of confidence in, and then sired by shock and awe again. That's lot 6.
Yeah, another one with a very good pedigree. When you put the end game and last dance in there, that's destined to feed and turn out. And this guy is very short-bodied. He's got a really stout head about him. I think this hog's got all the capabilities to feed wherever you need him to because he's so big-ribbed. He's so sound in terms of his, how he meets the surface in terms of squareness. That's a big-bodied rascal with a stout head. I think a ton of feeding opportunities, whether it's early or late there, for Mike's belted boar pig here.
Next one here will be lot 7. This pig here is a That's Money back on the Next Intention sow. The mother of this one actually is the sow that Mike invested in out of the Brockman sale there, bred sow sale there a summer or two ago. She was the $31,000 one, and I remember Josh talking about that sow and the influence and impact that sow had on the herd there, and what he thought that the future could be like with what she could produce. And this is a particular son of that particular sow. The gilt would be lot 403. She is a Wild Ride Bravo. This is one is a popular Wild Ride boar there at Crossroads. It says, and it says here that she's young, but her bone is good. Her hairs are big, but again, just another good gilt prospect here, and proud to have this offering from Robin Ridge.
It's always good to have Mike here, and that narrow belted pig's very unique in terms of his height of shoulder, and his balance is very good. He has the extras in terms of muscularity. I mean, and he's got big shag and a square hind leg about him. I really like this gilt. That's one that I think has future generator written all over, balance and build. She's a pretty gilt from the side and still immature there in terms of her muscularity. I think a very big upside there on this pair from Robin Ridge.
So Loudermilk crew comes out here next. We've got 40 and 41, and then lot 415 would be on the gilt. And again, Loudermilk's been another one of the firms that has just had great success here at Perfect Timing over the years, and I know very excited about this set. I'm going to say this right now, and you're all going to hear me repeat it. You're going to hear me to repeat it again and again and again. But the spotted breed offering today is absolutely remarkable as we go top to bottom all the way down through here, and this is a great way to get it kicked off. Lot 40, this would be a Remain Silent on a Hollywood Boulevard. Mother here would be the 3rd overall Division I spot gilt at the Indiana State Fair. She's the mother of Boles gilt from the fall back in 22. She raised the 2nd heavy at San Antonio and 2nd at Houston there in 23 as well. Lot 41 would be an Alarm on a Smoke Rings. Mom of that one was mate to the Pruitt family's 4th overall spot Barrow there at the 2023 Team Purebred National. And then we have lot 415. That's the spotted female, and Again, another one I know they're extremely high on. She's sired by Down the Line on a Van Wilder sow. Mom of this one was 5th overall Division I spot. They're a team purebred. Grandma originated from West Texas Genetics and been very influential for their herd. Again, a great set of spotted prospects from Loudermilk.
You know what to expect when Loudermilk drops in there. Incredible set of spotted hogs. But the one that Troy's on there that I don't know if he shows as a Poland or generates Polands. I'm not sure where you want to put your priorities there. But, man, that is a very neat critter in terms of height to shoulder, ability to go out of his hind leg with a wild look up front. This gilt, I'm glad my son's not here because he's a spotted pig enthusiast, and he usually talks his dad into buying stuff that we shouldn't buy, but maybe we should buy that one. That one's a very neat gilt from a generating firm that can flat boogie. I love that thing, swoop and swing to her belly line. I think a very neat gilt with tons of upside relative to her maturity pattern. And then the one that Garrett's on there, that is a big chested, stout jawed type of spotted boar pig prospect. Barrow boar, wherever you want to put him, he's got really big legs, and his rear wheel is super stout. I think a great trio brought to you by Loudermilk.
My good buddy from down the road here, Ryan Wagey, comes to us from WD Swine Farm there in California, and we'll start off with a pair of gilts and quite a pair of females right here. We have lot 401 would be the Chester gilt there. That is a WD-40 back on WD-40's mom, and I think anybody that has followed that Chester breed and knows what WD-40 has done and what impact he has had, not only on the breed, but for what all he's done for the customers there from Purple Power. I mean, that boar has done a remarkable job, and here you've got an opportunity to tie in to a female that's him bred back to his mother. I think that makes unique enough in itself. Then we have lot 402, the white gilt. She would be sired by the Wintex white boar back on a TikTok, I believe, Sal. Yorkshire qualifying purebred influence. Dam was a 5-time champion Yorkshire, 22 in the Western Regional, Reserve Supreme female overall. Good pair of gilts there from WD Swine.
Yeah, this white composite or Yorkshire appearing gilt there. I know what those purebred influence females have done for us as generators. I would certainly look in terms of finding one that could be a very good show gilt, but an even better sow. I love her head shape and her jaw. That's a gilt that's short-backed and still has a big arm about her. She's square in her underpinnings. I think a very neat gilt there from Ryan. But really, this Chester sow prospect is incredible on paper, but even better visually when you start to study the feature and the stoutness that she represents, and then you combine that with her pedigree. If you're a Chester breeder, I would certainly not miss an opportunity to tie into a genetic line of a gilt that has the phenotype and genotype like that particular female does. Another great pair from WD.
The next remaining time here for WD, or next consignments for WD will be lot 2 and 3. We have here lot 2. This pig here would be a Pass the Hat, back on it like no other. Teen Spirit dropping swag sow. Dam was the Pacific Northwest Livestock Expos, the reserve overall, and the champion heavy in both rings A and B out there. Then we have lot 3. That would be a wild side, Saved by Grace. The wild side really worked good on the sows there at WD, and I just think when you look for pigs that are just good, fundamental, functional pigs that are built right to go get better every day of their life, you can always test to the fact that you can expect that to come from these. And Ryan's brought us a really good set. He's brought us some real unique ones over the years to many of our events. I think this might be as good a depth and quality of a set of pigs as what he's brought to us. Doug made mention earlier about sizes. I think you can do so many different things with so many different ones that's going to come through the ring here today. Better take advantage when you can.
Yeah, Ryan drops in a pair of belted pigs. This narrow belted pig that's coming across there, you love his balance, and his lines are very, very good. He's got the extra feature that you would like to have in bears that feed. I think he can feed anywhere into a late February all the way into April or May or later, because he's got extra muscle that allows you to make him work. I mean, he's got shape, he's got a big pin set working in him. And then this bear that's coming across now, I mean, I love that thing's noggin. I mean, that thing's head and skull shape is what I'd love to mass produce at our place. You love his extra length to his upper hip. It's very good. He's square underneath. I think a very good pair of belted male pigs here that Ryan brought us.
Our next one's to come in, comes into us from the crew there at Canes. And again, we talk about a firm that is just so noteworthy for our industry and what they've done. And honestly, over the last couple of years have really made a footprint in terms of this, the Barrow business. And so we've been blessed and fortunate to offer some animals that they have tied into that went back into the herds and what they've done. And just, man, I tell you what, just in terms of making these things and making them at the highest level and competing at the highest level, they're doing it as consistent as anybody right now. I'm going to start out talking about the lot 405, this gilt. She would be a say-so and then back on an urban legend sow. The cool part about that one, Dougie, the mother of that one's a litter mate to the Reserve Grand Barrow there at Fort Worth there this last year. Then we have the lot 14 male pig. That would be a say-so back on a War Wagon Lumbercat sow. Boar pig that I feel offers a great deal of quality. Probably should have never left the farm. But with their dedication and focus that they put into that and to being a part of Perfect Timing, obviously this is the one that they wanted to bring and represent themselves and the firm. I think we got a really, really good pair here. I know they got a really good bear they're extremely excited about for tonight.
Yeah, this wide-belted pig, I love the way that he ties everything in up front in terms of where his neck ties into his shoulder, the slope and angle that he's got for being a tall-fronted animal. He's still proportionate in his length of body. He's comfy in his step behind. I think that hog's got a ton of opportunity to be a big-time show bearer. His rib cage is right. He looks like one that you feeders can put the bucket to and make him do whatever you want him to, because hogs with that kind of rib cage are easy to feed. A very, very unique one there. At the same time, though, I love to talk about this narrow-belted gilt. She gets your motor running, and if she doesn't, I don't know if you'd like to win pig shows, because this one can go every single weekend and win pig shows wherever she goes. I love that thing's look. She looks like a show pony that can get it done in the crate as well. Guys, that one's ready to win and win often, and if you want to go every weekend, I'd buy that one. She's got fuzzy big legs with a sappy big belly. I think that one is an incredible gilt to tie into with an awesome pedigree. Great pair there from Canes.
Consignment we have here comes to us from Brenning Genetics, and obviously, before we talk about this, Shane's going to play a vital part in our afternoon activities when we get into Power Hour, and a true testament of test of time in this year's sale. And I know Shane is extremely excited not only about that, but this year's event and as a whole. And in doing so, I think that it just emphasizes that much more when you look at the set of pigs that he's brought to us this time. I mean, these things are good. I know he has a great deal of confidence in them, and thinks they're special, and I can't disagree at that at all. This lot 19, that pig would be a buckle up back on a push sow, and then we have lot 21 there, the Barrow. That would be a tricked out 2 back on an allow me sow. So very good set of pigs here. I'm going to let Ogle give you a comment or two about them.
Well, it makes sense. I get to talk about Shane's here, the first descriptions that I have, and these hogs here, you're not going to hear a lot of flashy things about me, or about the terms or terminologies that I'm going to use here. You're not going to pick up anything cute, but Shane and I are very similar when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of things. And you talk about the Barrow first here. That hog's square and true, and he's got a good look. He just checks a lot of boxes. Looks like one that'll feed. And then the one that the male pig that Shane's on, this one I think Shane would tell you, knowing him and watching his program, checks a lot of boxes that Shane likes. This one, you start at the ground, brings a lot of extra feature, big feet, and an attractive package. This one's got some outlying pieces, and he comes in a package that's not all bumbled up. This hog's awfully neat that Shane has.
Again, it's lot 19 on the Boar, lot 21 on the Barrow. The next one's in here will be lot 407. That'll be the girl pig. She's quite the sight back on a sunset sow. And then the male boar pig there, again, would be a tricked out 2 back on a quite frankly sow.
The male pig there, he is looks like a very good tricked out. When those were all out hot and heavy, they were pretty easy to point out. And that one, from the look and skull shape and hind leg, that one there I think is extremely neat. When you get him behind him, that one's super square pinned and wide behind, but still keeps himself inside his skeleton. The gilt here, again, brings some of that added feature. That one there is wide between her eyes and extremely, again, stout when you take her to the ground. But she also looks like a lady from a standpoint of she's long where she needs to be long. Blade forward and her hips good. I think that gilt there has that presence and just eye appeal there, again, to kind of roll out early and be competitive at the end. Awfully nice gilt.
Well, Egger's Show Pigs comes in here next, and let's start with this lot 12. This would be the Duroc Boar. This is one I know Joey called me there this week, and he said, I've got one. I don't want to, not sure that we want to turn him loose or let him go, but he said, want to go ahead and get this thing out and let him be seen in front of everybody. We think is extra special. He's a jump man back on a Green Bottles clout sow. And then that even goes back to Brake Light's littermate's sister. So a little bit of Duroc heritage there that is pretty sustainable within that industry. Same sow as Mainstay. It stands at Stewart's, and the boar that they showed there at Duncan there just a year ago. And then we talk about this lot 404. This special crossbred female, she's sired by the popular Ruthless boar. Her mother would be a My Intentions Encore, Never Before. The Ruthless Gilt is out of the very best litter of My Intention females that they farrowed. The grandmother is a littermate sister to Bravo, which was the boar there at Premium Blend and Expo there that was ESP. So I know he's very, very proud of this set of pigs, rightfully so. When you look at these and you study them, I think we got a very special Duroc boar. I think we got a really, really good crossbred gilt.
The red boar there that Joe's on, that one there is kind of atypical of what he likes to bring out in these red things, because when Joe brings out a Duroc, they're going to have some extras, and this one's got that extreme bone and feature, big-footed, and you get on top of that thing, and that one's got a lot of spread out of its blade and all the way through, and maintains that proportionally from front to back. And then again, 2 out of the Jumpman boar that was purchased here last year from Moyer. That boar was one of the better ones and more popular ones here at PT 23. And it looks here, from what I've seen throughout the fall, an extremely good start to his siring career. Then the gilt, I tell you what, for a boar that maybe had, I don't know, Ted and that crew would know, but not very many collections. Boar that's made an influence on a pig crop so fast in such a short, limited amount that Ruthless has done. There's not going to be very many opportunities to buy Ruthless females, and Joe's giving you one here. There's just not surely going to be many pigs out of that. But you talk about sale toppers, and throughout the day here, I think you're going to hear a little more about Ruthless and some of the pigs that he's sired. But this gilt, being out of Ruthless, then back on the Bravo, anything to do with that, that's a boar that I use myself, and those Bravo hogs fed and did extremely well. Again, an extremely good pair here that Eggers brought.
Next one's coming in, comes to us from Lewis Genetics, and AJ here's on lot number 10. This dark cross male, he would be the first one we've seen here out of the Claws boar, and those of you that have followed along and seen that, I had the opportunity to be there while he was still there at AJ's, and man, that is one remarkable stout creature. I seen him later in life at McCoy's, and I mean, again, it's just crazy how stout one can be. You can see that in the pattern of both of these. Pig at Colton's on there. He's got the lot 9. That pig there would be a Claws Wolfman as well. Both of those sired obviously by the $100,000 boar that's at McCoy's. The mother of these would be a Wolfman. Stay classy, and just. They kind of speak for themselves right there, Brandon. I think when you look at them, in terms of stoutness, feature, you got a lot of things you can do right here.
Yeah, AJ and the Lewis crew, as always, before it was cool, I mean, they liked them powerful and muscle and bone, and these two are a representation of that. The one that Colton's on, goodness mercy, I doubt we see many hogs come through here that's got bigger limbs than this one. That one is stout. And it reads that way all the way through. That hog's got some interesting pieces there. The one you need to study if you need to keep making these things stouter. That one still, though, for as stout as he isn't coarse. He's still got some length there. Again, some elevation, some length of neck. That's an awfully neat one. The one AJ's on, that hog there reads maybe dual purpose there, Barrow boar, whatever you think. He himself is extremely heavy structured and heavy bone too. Taking nothing away from him, he's just out here with one that's kind of a mutant from a standpoint of bone. But the one that AJ's got, again, really square, wide, got a good look, balances up good from the side, make a nice Barrow or boar prospect. Really good pair of Lewis Genetics.
The next one in here comes to us from Winmore Farms. This would be lot 244. This belted cross male here would be a breathtaker back on a traded up Secret Society sow. Winmore thinks this is the best male pig that they've ever raised, and I think that is a big, big statement. But then at the same time, when you put your eyes on this one and see the quality that this guy represents, and then look at the pedigree behind it, all of it does totally make sense to you, because this thing is just built so good, so flawless, and good about his type and kind. Ogle, you want to share some thoughts?
Yeah, that is a bold statement, but if you're going to talk the talk, you're going to walk the walk, and this guy does it. He comes out here, and again, one of them that grabs your attention immediately there from the side, and you watch this one come and go from every angle, and he doesn't give you a bad view. He's square and true there, coming right at you. That might be as good a view as any there, right when he comes at that three-quarter turn. He's extremely good. Balances up from, just proportion and balance. That hog checks a lot of boxes. If you can find a big hole in that one, please let me know, because I think that one's awfully, awfully good. Unique piece here that Winmore brings us.
Yeah, our next one in will be Winmore Farms again, lot 469. This gilt here is a buckle up on a full throttle. Grandma, this gilt is Winmore's Foundation King of the Hill sow, who is in the bottom side, a high percentage of their females. The mom of this gilt is one of Winmore's youngest females, but one of Ron's favorites. And we all know how Ron is about his females, and if he thinks one's special, I'm sure she probably really is. That's the mother of this one right here. Again, a blue cross gilt. Sorry about buckle up.
This one here just has that look. I think feminine, elegant best describes this gilt. Again, looks like a lady, but again, stout head on her. Looks like one that'll feed and just go on, and kind of bulletproof from a standpoint of build. One that should be competitive as a prospect, and one that'll make a good big pig, big gilt, big ring type of a breeding female. Another really nice gilt, nice hog representation here that Winmore's brought us.
The last one here, lot 245 from Winmore. This pig here would be an out for blood, back on an easy does it. Rockstar sow. Dark cross boar pig here that's out of another deep litter, and sired by the out for blood boar. And that boar's done done a very, very good job. We're going to see some of them as well throughout the day. Dam of this was Will's champion lightweight market hog there at Exarban back in 21, and the grand dam's a litter mate to the champion FFA market hog there at the Iowa State Fair.
This last entry of Winmore's here, an out for blood. That's another boar that continues, always a good sign when a boar continues to gain popularity after his first season. And this hog looks like a lot of those good ones. A hog that has big features, extended there from his blade forward. A hog that still has a stout masculine skull. That one has a very long reach and stride behind. You got to admire that. Hog's at a size that the guesswork's over. I think this one's a really neat one. Again, dual purpose hog, making awfully nice Barrow, stout featured, big limbs, really good hog. Again, out for blood, had a heck of a fall.
Lot 455 from Kel Boyson falls in here, and this gilt here, she's a picture perfect, rightfully so, Pawn Star, and that would be All Mine's mother. the Dam of the Mother, the High Point Market Hog there at Missouri this year. She also raised the champion middleweight in the darks at Missouri. Another bear in the same litter was named 4th overall Market Hog there at the Minnesota State Fair. I think we got a really, really unique one here. When you keep in mind as we watch through these pigs here today, and particularly on these gilts, man, we talk about where all these things can go and where their endpoints are and all of that. And I don't know that any of us truly know. But I do know that this is one thing that we all have to keep in mind is a lot of them at their endpoints. Let's think about what the value of them things are. And from a resale standpoint, what we see some of these things do and bring, Ogle, I think it's very remarkable. There's so many different opportunities, and I think this is just a great example to talk about one. You know, where does she land? I don't know. She's a good one for OIE. Does she last you all the way through the summer and then beyond? We've seen it happen before, but wherever this one goes, I think this is a guy. This one here has great value at wherever her endpoint is.
Yeah, Todd said it best there. They start out there with just a wrap sheet line there behind her that adds to her value, but then you look at her here in person and phenotypically, here's a gilt that again, regardless of what you want to call her show window, again, if like Todd said, if you can figure that out, you're smarter than I. But this one here, though, can be competitive from beginning to end. She's stout. She brings some extras. Kale just sold them a couple of gilts last week, too, that had or not last week, just recently, some gilts that were very good phenotypically, had some cool stuff behind them pedigree-wise. This one here seems to fit that kind of mold here as a very impressive one as a baby that's going to have some value when it comes sale time or breeding time. Really nice rig here that Kale brought to us.
.453, the red gilt here from Tibbetts has made her way to the ring. This gilt here is, I guess is she a double-bred Waymaker? Yeah, basically a double-bred Waymaker here. Only have one Duroc sow up there in Wisconsin, but she was the champion pure in the reserve grand there at the state fair, and we actually come into the barn yesterday morning, and this was the first pig I seen, Ogle, because she was running down the aisle. And yet at the same time, and seeing her, I mean, it doesn't take long for your eyes to adjust to her presence, the look, and what she gives you when you study one as she goes across the ring. But a really good, unique gilt here. Her pedigree makes her very, very unique in terms of extra breeding value. Good one from Tibbetts here. Go ahead and share your thoughts.
Yeah, if Tibbs has a Duroc sow, you know that she's going to be pretty good. And just this one here, but this is one that pedigree-wise is cool on paper, and then you study her here in person. A red gilt that balances up extremely well, has look, really good shape to her body here at a young age, but still, again, one that looks like she has feed and future to be big and good. Really, really good cushion to her rear leg. You study this one here just from standpoint of hock to ground behind for a Duroc. She's extremely good. And I like this one, too, up in her shoulder and knee set for a red one where a lot of them could get cluster bumbled. This one's really, really good here. Looks pretty safe there from a standpoint of build. And then she brings you extras. She checks them basics and then brings the extras. I think this is a really nice Duroc gilt that Tibbetts brought to us.
Making the way from the East Coast, we have Hamby coming into the ring, and obviously when he comes, he usually comes loaded and for rightful reason. And last night we was sitting there in the chair, and this thing strolled by and looked at him, and doesn't take much for a second look on here because his presence is unreal. Lot 228. This pig here would be a breathtaker. Back on a no intro, and then back on that sissy sow. And if you want to know more about that, I'd tell you to go back there and and visit with Hamby about it. He's going to talk to you for quite some time. But lot 228, Brandon, you can share your thoughts.
Oh, nothing sissy about this guy. He reads stout in his indicators, and this is a hog again. Hamby, it seems like every sale they go to, they have hogs that like I'm driven to from a standpoint of just shape and feature, and they grab your attention, and this guy's no different. Again, a hog that brings some extras, and then he also checks a lot of the basic boxes there that need to be filled before we can start talking about extras. This guy's got it. Watch this thing's hind leg when he gets away. It's big, it's flexible, and then he's steadying from the side, and he's just got that real neat head carriage there, how it ties in, real clean and sharp. I think this is an awfully nice one here, the breathtaker pig that Hamby Haven brings us.
David Korb, you close? Next one's in the ring here would be Sites Livestock, and we have lots 57 and 58. Intriguing set here that Ryan and Wendy and Rhett has put together this year. This lot 57, this white one that Ryan's on, he is sired by Titan, the spot boar, and then he is back on a burner phone Russian sow. Littermate to this one was very well received earlier in the fall, yet this one's been put back for a long time. Ryan, as we all know that Ryan bleeds white when you cut him because of this Chester blood, but yet at the same time, I don't know that he's been more excited about a Chester prospect than this one here, and yet he's sired by the spot boar that's so popular in Titan. Then his red pig here is lot 58. That's a clear the deck hibachi. Set this one back early. The clear the deck boar at Winter's Circle is the pig that come from Korb. The mother of this one raised the reserve Duroc. They're at the Colorado State Fair this summer. She herself's a littermate to Seen Enough, which is the boar at Upper Hand, and that shares the same mother as King Boss that they're at Purple Power. Good set from Sites, lot 57 and lot 58.
Start here with the Chester pig that Ryan's on, and again, like Todd said, just study this hog, and this one here is very, very neat for his breed. These things, from a standpoint of them Chesters, finding one of this quality can be few and far between, and you got one right here in front of you that's ready to go. This hog looks like he could be a heavy hitter at the end, and then you add on the fact that he's sired by Titan and Mercy. That adds some hybrid vigor there. That's a pretty interesting deal. What that hog has done in the spotted ring has been pretty unparalleled here the last couple of years. Really nice, neat prospect here of Ryan's and the Chester. Then the Duroc here, again, a lot of the Durocs that I like, I joke that I normally don't take Durocs to sales because the ones I like I won't sell well. But this one here is one that has that added presence, and he will sell well. He is extremely square and shapely. That one's balanced and brings extra muscle and shape and look, and that one, again, cut, ready to go. I think that hog, again, depending on how he goes, he could have multi-purpose where he fits in Texas or Oklahoma. I think that this hog is very, very good. And again, kind of like that one I talked about on Tibbetts, coming at you, going away from you. Check some of them boxes there that can be a little scary with the red ones at times. I think that the Duroc Barrow here that Ryan's brought has one that has presence, has look, and then has that power and feature it takes to win at a big one. A really nice pair of hogs here, very unique pair of purebreds here for Ryan and the Sites crew. Nice set that they brought PT 24. Well, purebred looking.
So we open up here this next realm of consigners that's coming in. This will be all of our first-year guests. Be the first time that they've participated here at Perfect Timing. And as you know, each year we try to open the door and allow a few guests to come. And then then we go from there, and they get to come back, or they don't. And proud to have some of these that's represented here this year. And heading this off will be our gilt entry here from Olson Farms. And I know Blaine and the crew there has been real excited about this female. They had the champion gilt here they bred last year at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. It's no secret. I want to start out first and foremost in saying everybody knows he's one of our judges at the Oklahoma Youth Expo this year. He asked me, he said, what do you think about that and offering a gilt? And I said, well, hell, there's 49 other states that show pigs as well. So he said, well, I'm going to bring one, and I'm going to drop one out that I think a great deal of. And I think he did that with this lot 459. She's a cover art back on a green bottle sow.
Yeah, no doubt. When you think Olson Farms, you think red females, and this one looks exactly like what I expect them to bring out. Just hinges and flexes so incredibly well off both ends of her body. Still got that same kind of presence that Olson's known for. I think a really good red gilt here by Olson Farms.
Sorry there for the quick delay. Next one's in is Palmer Show Team. And again, this is their first time to be here, but yet at the same time, if any of you that have ever followed this particular firm and this family and what they have done, I don't know how many, we've jokingly said that, and we've talked about it there a lot of times in the webcast. I don't know how many class winners and champions and banners that this family has taken out of the Oklahoma Youth Expo over the years, but I promise you nobody else is even close to competing with them. They have held out on making a lot of appearances at live sales and settings just because all of them pigs that they show, they simply raise. And went to them and talked to them early on and said, hey, when the time's right and we can start offering these to the public, I'd like for you to be a part of Perfect Timing. And we're certainly excited. I know Blake's been pumped about this from early on, talking with them and then knowing what that they was going to do and what they prepared and brought here. I'm extremely, extremely excited about it. First one is we'll talk lot 224, and that pig would be a wild side back on a tricked out sow. The 7 litter comes from one of the favorite young sows there on the farm. She's a tricked out, Stay Classy. That Stay Classy sow was the reserve grand there at Tulsa in 21. Then lot 225, again, that is a wild side, never before. The 20 litter is a repeat mating of a very successful mating this last year. That mother is never before scared straight. She just recently produced a Barrow there that was a cell maker there at Dallas. These are good pigs. Very, very good pigs. I don't care how you want to look at it, what you want to say about it. They're good. 466 would be that gilt. Wild side, never before. She's a mate to that lot 225 Barrow. Corb, share us your thoughts.
We'll start out talking about the gilt, one that really packs a punch. That gilt's got a lot of muscle and a lot of shape. I love her forearm. I love her chest, the shape to her head. I still think she paints a pretty picture from the side, and yet still able to get out and flex and go. She looks like one you can kind of let her grow at the speed she wants to go and just kind of show her wherever she needs to be shown. The two Barrows, I think, are very similar, and obviously being on the same boar, they're going to look very similar. Both of those Barrows just have a very immature kind of look to them, but yet their proportions and patterns are so exceptional. I think they come at you really, really strong. They still got skull and bone and feature, yet immaturity to get muscle, get power at the right time when you want to. A very good pair of Barrows here by Palmer Show Team.
Next group coming in here is Rotoball Genetic Team, and obviously a name within the industry that runs deep. And proud to have Kyle and the Rotoball Genetic Team be a part of our events here this time. And man, they come in real heavy here and come in quick when they bring this Berkshire Gilt, lot 443. She'd be sired by Top Hand, the popular boar there at Colson's. Her mother's a Dick Deep Top Shelf. Dam is a mate to the 3rd overall Burke Gilt there at 23 Indiana State Fair. Grand Dam raised the reserve Burke at Indiana and the reserve at the American Roll there in 24. Their dark crossbred male would be lot 137. He is a safety first, my rules. Pair of pigs here from Rotoball Genetic Team. Corb, you got any thoughts?
We'll start with the Berkshire Gilt here. Definitely looks like a breeding female, but yet still has that look, their front end that the Rotoballs are known for. It still have that kind of maternal body and that kind of design from the profile. One that's very square, very true, and gives you lots of options because she's big enough. You can show her here in Oklahoma, you can show her in Texas, you can show her just about anywhere. I like that Gilt a great deal. Beautiful underline on that animal as well. The boar pig, the crossbred here, sired by Safety First, and I've really liked what I've seen out of that boar. Very elevated. The point of his shoulder, got a great kind of head and skull on that pig, but yet still very, very sound on the move. Looks like he's going to feed extremely, extremely well. Good pig there by Rotoballs.
Our next one's here to come in the ring comes to us from Jennings Show Pig. He's going to drop in lot 25. This is a spotted male, and anybody that follows around in the spotted breed knows the value of what the Jennings herd has been able to put together. And had the opportunity to go down there and look through this set the other day, and be honest with you, I was really impressed, not only with this guy, but man, you're going to see one again later tonight there in the Barrow deal at I think is really good. This male pig here is sired by the Stopwatch boar, and his mother's a No Words. But what you pick up there is that is the mother of Titan. And we all know what this Titan boar has done and is going to continue to do. Our pick of the males, it says here, out of the Titan dam to drop out for public viewing. I'm going to tell you, these things are they're good. I said early on that the spot breed was going to be good. They're going to come at you in droves as we go throughout the day. Here's one you can talk about, Corb.
Well, I think it never fails. Every time I do one of these previews, I always end up talking a bunch of spots. And I tell you every time that I don't really raise spots. I don't look at them a whole lot, but I'm always infatuated when they come into the ring because this one's presence, this one's design is exceptional, I think, within this particular breed. That's an incredible view from the profile. He still looks like he's square as you get in behind him. He's still got form and feature. Looks like the right kind of maturity. Again, I'm not a spotted enthusiast, but when they look like that, they tend to catch a pin pretty quick. They tend to make an impact in the breed, and I think we've already seen that with how good spots are becoming because people are starting to use them on their chesters, use them on their landrace to make better animals. Very good pig here by Jennings Show Pigs.
Next one in here, Corb's going to get to talk another spot here in a moment, but we have lot 202 from Plett Livestock, and Caleb's here. We're very honored to have Caleb here to be here. Not only did he help us with the vet work, but we're glad that he got to not only come and be here part of Perfect Timing, but get to stay and participate. Any moment now, his wife's expected to go into labor, and he still stayed focused to be a part of the sale here. So we're proud of that. But lot 202, This one here is sired by the Boars Secret Sauce that's down there, and then his mother would be a homeboy, no words, potty mouth. And that mother is the foundation female there. Those of you that sat around ringside last year and watched that spotted show at OYE, class after class after class, they just kept coming in and they kept mentioning this name and these pigs that where they were surfacing from, and they all went back to this place right here. That sow raised the 7th overall spot gilt at OYE in 23. She raised the Boar Afterthoughts that they have there at the farm. She raised the Barrow at Tulsa in 2023. She's the grandmother of the Boar that's Biggie, and then the 4th, 6th, 10th, and 12th overall spot Barrows all there at OYE there this last year. I think we got a very, very good one. I told you I'm going to tell you this several times. Them spots are going to be dang good today, boys.
Yeah, again, dang good spot here in the ring. I love how comfortable this one is in his shoulder. I think a lot of times we look at spots and they'll kind of wing out in their elbow. This one's just so secure up front. He's still got a great look ahead of his blade. His body shape reads right. He's still square. I think that's a very, very good spot here in the ring. Again, I'm no expert, but when they look like that, certainly be one that I'd be excited to have on feed or go home and take and put to work.
The next set here comes into us from Cole Genetics, and certainly proud to have Cole down and to be a part this year. I think the set of pigs he brought was just looked remarkable last night coming across the green carpet, and you get to see these again here today. Lot 167 be the male that we talk about first. That pig's a wide awake, buckle up like no other. I'll be anxious to let Corb tie into that conversation here in a moment. Lot 454 there on his female. Again, she's a wide awake, buckle up, back on an affliction sow. These are from Cole Genetics.
Well, I saw this belted pig come to the wash rack next to me there, and all I could say was, "Wow, that's a hairy, stout pig," and I think that's the best way to describe him. He's got a wild neck. He's got huge feet, and he can still get out and rumble. I love that guy's presence, his design, and obviously being a wide awake. They kicked my butt all summer, and anytime I hear wide awake, I tune in just a little extra hard because those pigs have been just different compared to the rest. Obviously, the gilt fits into the same kind of mold. Extremely stout. That's a heavy rear leg. It was still a neat kind of look ahead of her shoulder. Really comfortable out on the go. Very good pair of them here by Cole Genetics.
Day in White comes in next, and we just earlier talked about the Claws Boar, and that's the sire of this pig here, lot 158. This would be a Claws back on a tricked out sow. Dam is one that originated there from the Dieterding herd, a litter mate to the And Then Some Boar that made his way there to Beeman's. Rusty Cage would be the grandma of this one, which that's also a litter mate to the Barrow Chubs we just talked about earlier. There was the famous Martin hog. Proud to have this lot 158 from Nathan and the crew there here at this year. Perfect timing.
Well, Nathan's pig comes trotting out here, and first thing you notice is just how balanced he is. He's so comfortable on his shoulder. He's very elevated at the point of his blade, and yet still has the immaturity to look like he's going to feed into a real good barrow for somebody. You know, he might just not wow you today, and I think that's his proportion and pattern is so good in that regard. Another one that's very square off both ends, just not going to get you in trouble. And most of the time, that's what you should be looking for, because his body shape reads right, his muscularity reads right, and he's only going to get better when you go home and get him on feed. A very good pig here by Day and Weight.
The next set here coming in comes to us from Livermore Swine Farm. These will be lot 128 here on the male that Jennifer has, and then lot 439 would be their gilt entry. These pigs here are sired by Wide Awake, back on a rightfully so, never before sow. Probably the quickest thing to tell you about these. These are the exact full matings to Maya Holderly's gilt that was showed there this summer throughout the Midwest, that all of us had the opportunity to see. And I don't know how many times she was crowned a champion, but she did it in a very dominant factor. Seems like each and every time she come to the ring. Corb, you have any comments to share?
Well, I think I just started by saying that these pigs, full sib was by far maybe my favorite show gilt I've ever seen. I thought that gilt was absolutely incredible, and if I had the funds, I would have offered everything I owned to try to get her bop, but I knew that wouldn't be enough. These two come out and certainly have that kind of just a feature and stoutness that gilt had, and yet still that flexibility that she was able to gain all those banners with. A good kind of shape, good kind of muscle, good kind of bone. Very interesting pair here by Livermore Show Pigs.
The next one's coming in here. Comes to us from Gosney Livestock. And proud to have Troy and the crew here this year. Start out first talking to you about his Berkshire gilt. That would be lot 460. She is sired by Show Off and then back out of a top secret sow. Says they think here that this gilt here is extremely special, and I'll have to say I agree. When I went to the farm there the other day and seen these pigs and just knowing Troy and knowing what he likes and reading maturity the right way, I think all of these pigs represent themselves in a manner to be nothing but hogs that's going to go home, do better, feed better. They're going to get better every day of their life than they are right now. You read these things in terms of basic build and true fundamentals and the way they put it all together. And I think 460 Berkshire gilt is a good explanation of that. Lot 194 would be the Chester male. He is sired by Making Deals. That's the board there at Winter Circle, back on a hired hand son. And then rounding off with that black-headed male pig. That pig there is a Play the Game. That's the board that the Gosney firm has that come from the Decker crew. That would be Wildside's Littermate. Then the mother of that one would be a Roll Call Tarantino. I think a very, very unique opportunity right here with three good pigs from Gosney Livestock.
Well, good pen of pigs here, and the first pig I guess I'm drawn to is this Chester male. He hits me pretty hard just in terms of his pattern, his design, one that can bend and flex out of his rear leg, but yet still be clean in his crest. I think a good Chester male that could do a lot of good. I'm always a sucker for a black-headed hog. This guy's got rib, he's got body, he's got stoutness. Again, like Don said, maybe a little bit more immature than some of them we're going to see today, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. His Berkshire gilt's got a great look ahead of her blade. Another one that with a good kind of pattern, a good kind of design, another one that's only going to get better as she goes home.
So Viger Show Pigs comes in next, and we have them here this year, and proud to have Shane and Chad participating here. This is lot 258. This white male, his pig here would be sired by Scar, and then his mother's a closing time sow. It says here the mother's a first litter gilt that they're going to build their white program around. They love this one in terms of just his build, the shape, and what he brings to the table and offers. I think a really good, solid white one. I think you can do a lot of things with. This is one of the deals here that this is a part of the game that a lot of people are liking. A lot of them are wanting to play and run these solid white Yorkshires and Yorkshire crosses, not only in the Barrow Show, but as well in the breeding programs. Lot 258. Brock, you have any comments?
Absolutely, yes. You know, Scar was one of those boars that I was really interested to see some pigs out of after he came to Belton last year and really kind of made a splash there. And I've gotten to see several throughout my time this fall, looking through pig sales and whatnot. And it seems like it's really been a consistent sire group from that boar. Their length of body is right. Their hind leg and hip and hind leg in particular work really well. They're really heavy duty, very hairy, and they've got a great look to them. And I think in the white division, he's making a lot of white ones as well, and I think that's neat. And this hog really represents all that plus some. He's definitely above average in terms of bone and look and stoutness. There's a lot of different avenues as far as where you could show this project. This is a really striking one here from Viger.
Next one's coming in here, comes to us from Lance Ryan and the crew there, and we have lots 60 and 61. 60 would be the male, the white one there. He is a hits different back on a hot take 47.3 sow. Says here is this one here is the hits different boar, the premium blend, and that's a heavy hitter son back on Wide Awake's mom. 52-1 would be the mother of the reserve York Gilt at the Illinois State Fair there a few years ago. The belted pig there, lot 61. He would be a ruthless back on a slap happy, stay classy sow. And I don't know if anything else has to be said when you just mentioned the pedigree alone on the paper of that one, but then yet when you get him back and you get to look at that one, I think it's very impressive in itself. And then we round out with lot 420, his Yorkshire Gilt. That gilt there would be a hit list, hot take, a purebred Yorkshire Gilt there, sired by the hit list boar there, premium blend. It's been off to an incredible start. The mother was a class winner there at the Illinois State Fair. 3 very good pigs in the ring from Lance Ryan.
Yeah, Lance has done it right for a long time, and I'm definitely envious of his ability to both make crossbreds and purebreds. That's something we're trying to do as well, and it's really not easy. Tag 60, the all-white male pig there, that's the right kind of Yorkshire bear in this part of the world. That kind of proportionality, muscularity, and agility makes that pig a standout from my perspective in that division. He's one that really has great body shape and turn up high and does a lot of things very well, just for show pigs compared to the ideal, but also relative to the ones that are going to compete in his division. The tag 61 belted one there, that if I was to envision the type Lance is going to bring out, that's the one that I'm gonna think of just mentally. That hog's maturity pattern, his look, and just his ability to improve with days on feed is the type of hog that I feel like Lance has got a lot of. But he is so stout in terms of his forearm and foot size. Really got an athletic kind of rear leg and an immature look as you study him on the profile. The white, all white purebred gilt there, that's a standout from my perspective. Purebred gilt that's big and ready to go like that. She could win early and often and late as well. His track record in that division speaks for itself, really. Her stoutness is really unparalleled in that division, I would say. Really got a massive tail root, lots of bone, and plenty of look as you study her from the side.
All
Our next one in here comes to us from Sweet Tooth Farms, and Oliver's pig here would be a Slim Shady. That was the slides board that sold here last year. They're at Purple Power back on a Neighbor Boy, never before sow. Talking with him this morning, I know he's really, really pumped up about the Neighbor Boy sow there and what she has to offer. I think we got a very unique white one. This one come through there last night. We talked about the parts and pieces that this guy has to offer. Lot 247.
You know, there's lots of things about the Perfect Timing pig sale that stand out from my perspective, but it's gotten to the point where there's so many of these hogs that trade for boars, and people are holding them specifically for this sale to trade them to keep intact. And I would say this is one of those projects that probably strikes me as a boar prospect as much as any. That hog's stoutness and mobility is just absolutely incredible. I noticed him back there on the green carpet last night. When we get him out here, though, his mobility and just athleticism is tremendous, especially relative to the amount of bone and stoutness that he's got. Really clean in terms of his joints. And one thing that I could say about that pig, he really comes and goes as true and as square from the top of his skeleton all the way down to the bottom as you can ever find. And then you make him all white like this, and that just really makes him a standout. And I think there's a lot of white sows or light cross sows this boar could be bred to. Really an interesting project here from Sweet Tooth Farms.
I don't know who's in the ring. IDK. I don't know. First, start off talking about lot 421. That's this belted gilt, and she's lot 421. She'd be a picture-perfect Cruel Intentions. The mother of the 36s is an important piece there at the place. She's the mother of Pat This. That was the popular boar there that stood at Top Cut. She's also the mother of the King's One pig that sold this year for $12,000 and $18,000. Another pig at King's this year sold for $15,000 as well. That gilt walked across the carpet last night, and you talk about one that demands your attention, Brock. That one gets it and gets it in a hurry. Then we have lot 65 is the crossbred male, crossbred male pig. That is a money line, Believe in Me. The mother of that one was purchased directly from Brockman Farms last year for $33,000. She herself is a mate to the Grand at San Antonio there in 23 and 21. She has 3 shots of Cruel's mom in her pedigree, 2 shots of My Intentions grandma as well. So do what you want to there. Money line, Believe in Me. What a rap sheet. Good set of pigs here.
Well, that's an impressive bottom side of the pedigree. I was just sitting here thinking to myself, this is a really nice pair. Then the mom of these is a Believe in Me that's a mate to that bear that won San Antonio. And that was a bear that I got to judge early on, and I knew that hog was going to be really, really good. And he did a lot of very good things from the time I saw him when he was 180 or so to San Antonio, and that was a really impressive one. And if these hogs feed in a similar fashion to that one, I would say the future is really, really bright here. That gilt, as Todd mentioned there, is just so bulky and stout, but square built on both ends of her body, and she goes good off her hip and hind leg, and just looks like the kind that could really generate something at one point, especially given her pedigree, but also be a really striking show gilt, especially in Oklahoma come March. I would assume that would be the type that you'd want to show there. The belted male pig there, he is just so stout, but still really true and broad on either end of his skeleton. I really like the squareness he has to his structural build there. The stoutness to his skull is super impressive as well. A really nice set here IDK has brought to town.
Swallow Farms is coming in here next, and proud to have Gabe there this year to be a part of Perfect Timing, as we mentioned on the others, first time to be here, and certainly excited about that. Start off here with his male pig, lot 138. This guy here would be a money line back on a My Intention sow. Says here the mom's the very best young sow that they have we're working with. She's a mate to his daughter's reserve grand at LSU in 22, mate to the champion D1 Hampton LSU, mate to the champion in D2 at Cross and LSU at 22, mate to the reserve grand Commercial Gilt. Mom has also made the Division III champion cross at LSU here this past year. I don't know what all they've made, but they made an absolute creature right here, lot 138.
This is a good pig. It's just hard to know where to even start with this one. He's so striking. Last night when he came out in the preview, he was later in the set of pigs that came out, and it was really clear as soon as he poked his head around the corner. This one was just going to be different than the rest. He's got an incredible look. His structural build is awesome. His just quality is absolutely surreal to me. When you stand to the side of this one, you just you know he's just different than the rest. He's exceptional in a lot of ways, and he's even got some of the small things that really the very, very good ones have. This hog does it right. He's incredible.
Here's the littermate here, littermate female, lot 444, comes in, and obviously we just read the track record of the heritage there, money line, My Intention, and I think this it's just remarkable to see another female to a littermate that is to a boar that is as stout as what that one was, yet this one looks like a stout lady in herself, and I think puts tons and tons of intangibles together. Brock, I'd be curious your thoughts.
Yeah, this is another one that is very, very striking on the profile. Just her look and proportionality really speaks to me. I feel like the ones that are in the upper echelon that really get it done have that type of proportionality and that flawless type of balance as you study her from the side. But still, that gilt's shape to her shoulder and mid-body and top line is really incredible, and she really has a nice hip and hind leg to go along with it. And you can read the notes there, and obviously this sow line has just been incredible. But also, there's a lot of depth to this litter. That it would appear. We got two of them here at the Perfect Timing pig sale to check out that look just incredible. So a nice pair there. And I think this one really strikes me both as a gilt that could do a nice job in the show ring, but obviously one that comes from a proven line that can definitely make show pigs better.
Next group coming into us from Rosebird, and those of you that may or may not know or follow this program right here, I'm going to tell you better pay attention. I had the opportunity to make the trip across the world there the other day to the farm, and I was in Pennsylvania, and I'm going to tell you it was a remarkable visit. Not only when you just look at this set of pigs, but when you see the sow herd they've built, the breeding program they've built, and how they've done it, and then not only what they've done, but what they're going to do is absolutely remarkable. And I think this set of pigs is a great testament of where they're going. Let's talk those gilts first. Lot 428, that gilt there, that's the one Toby's driving there in the middle of the ring. That is an Extreme Measure Glory Days. And it says here this gilt was obviously set back, and and held on to for this sale. Mother of that one is the Glory Days, no comparison. She'd be a $20,000 gilt that they purchased from Hilty back on the Never Before sow. That was actually the $72,000 half interest sow that they purchased from Hilty. There would be on the bottom side. And I don't know, in a moment, Brock, I'm going to be anxious to hear you, but that one there hit me real hard. In all my travels, I thought that was one remarkable individual for her size and type. We talk about we don't know where their endpoints are. We don't know what they're going to do. But wherever that one gets, she's going to be dang good. And I have no idea what her value is tomorrow when we sell her. But I know what her value could be when she's big, when they come in a package that looks like that. Nothing to take away from lot 429. That gilt there on the far side, that'd be a blowing smoke back on the top shelf. I think that pair of females is very, very good for their type and size and kind and what they have to offer at this year's sale. The male pig, real quickly, is lot 101. He would be a game time, no huddle. That poor pig there as again, he's out of one of the no huddle, back on the no intro, back on that Never Before sow as well. Good trio right here to start with from Rosebird.
Yeah, it's a really nice set of pigs here, and they really represent a similar type in terms of length of body and just kind of outline as you study them from the side. The gilt that's coming across there to start with there, as Todd mentioned, she is very, very different, really elegant as far as her head and neck is concerned. She really ties her neck high into her shoulder there. Really got a tremendous shape to her top line and great shape to her forerib. Really goes good off her hip and hind leg, and that gilt really looks like the type that you could gear here in the Southwest and show her through the winter, but also she really definitely could go into the summer, next summer, I think. She just looks like the type that you could keep around for a while and make a nice sow out of when you're done. Both those gilts represent a lot of quality. Then this male pig here, just a stout skulled, good-looking one, huge forearm with good front feet, and I like that combination just as the stoutness to his forearm along with the security down on his front feet. Really good shape to his body and top line there. Really nice set here. This is my first time to get to see pigs from these guys, and it's definitely impressive. Congratulations to them. It's a really nice set they brought here.
Lot 72 will be the next ones in. This comes to us from MT Hart, and this pig here would be a top hand back on a Dig Deep Waterberg sow. The intriguing part about this one here is this sow is the third overall heavy dark cross gilt that was sold there at the Texas Elite last year. She would have been the $19,000 high seller. The grandmother of this one is also from the heart of the Lidner program and is a littermate to the Reserve Burke at Fort Worth back in 2023. I think this pig here offers some very unique parts and pieces, Brock. Go a lot of different places with him. His size, I think, allows him to do a lot of things, however you want to do it. Good, unique individual here, lot 72, MT Hart.
Yeah, it's a really nice Berkshire, and these guys have really been successful in the Berkshire ring, and I think this hog represents why that they have been that successful. Just the shape to his head and neck and the look from his shoulder forward just represents a lot of quality. From there back, he reads in the same fashion, really an elegant kind of look to his side view there, really big-ribbed and fresh as far as his center body is concerned, and I definitely like that. This hog reads like the one that would stay compositionally genuine for this breed as well. And then his hip and hind leg, and even in terms of his color, I think he's pretty safe in that regard as well. That hog's just the right kind. I like his maturity pattern. Really, really athletic, and definitely as good in terms of his look from the side as any.
Every year we have a mystery consigner that we have, and this year coming to us to be Stork Livestock. And any of you that follow the livestock industry and the business in general, in any aspects, knows what Macon is capable of doing as a breeder and as just a good livestock person in general. And when you look and you see the success he's had in his goat program, and he's done that at the highest level, and then he got to playing with these pigs, and just every year these things, it's just been amazing to watch him put this set together and put together what he's done and what he's been able to accomplish. Certainly proud to have him here this year. Pair of littermate red ones. That male pig is lot 90. The gilt would be lot 426. They're sired by limited edition, and their mother would be a work of art creation. She is the mother of mother was the $20,000 Knauf gilt that sold here at Perfect Timing in 2023. You can see that when you see these here, Brock.
Absolutely. This pedigree just makes a lot of sense to me from a red breeder standpoint. That gilt, her look is just so good as you study her from the side. Just the shape to her skull from her shoulder forward is awesome, but her forearm is incredibly stout. And to me, she's just got the right kind of build in terms of athleticism and look. And really, for this breed, they need to look like that in terms of lateness and maturity. That's a really nice gilt, and I'm not surprised that it makes a lot of sense relative to the pedigree. This boar pig is really intriguing to me. Even before we read what he was out of, I was curious. That hog's forearm and just rear leg stoutness is absolutely incredible. I think he's one that's got great shape to his forerib and center body, but his length from his shoulder up through his nose and stuff is really good. And that's the type that from my perspective, I like raising that kind. I like feeding that kind. There's a lot of future in both of these. That's a really nice pair.
The next one here will be lot 255. This is the Savage entry. This is a purebred Hampshire male. This pig here would be sired by End Zone. That's the boar there at Purple Power there, and then his mother would be one of our 255 sows that we're keying around a great deal. That sow would actually be a littermate to the boar that we have. We call Smoke Signal. We for quite some time we had this litter of pigs was really proud of. Them gilts have found themselves to good homes there. We got great forecasts on them in terms of where that we think their end points can be, and we're real proud of this pig here. Just had him set back. Obviously he looks a little large to many, understand that, but thought we wanted to bring him out and showcase him here today. We're proud of this one, lot 255.
I know the guys there at Savage had mentioned that they'd had a nice pair of boars, and they ran them out for us at the backyard bash, and it was an incredible pair of boars, I thought, and I thought both represented a lot of quality. This is actually the one that I liked of the pair, and since then, that was 4 or 5 weeks ago, this hog has done nothing but get better. That hog's moderation and his squareness to his chest is really impressive. His length of body, proportionality, I think makes him different relative to the rest of this particular group as far as the Hampshire are concerned, and maybe to many of us that don't look at a lot of Hampshires, that one is just incredible. The way he moves out of his hip and hind leg, just the function he has relative to his length of body, he represents a lot of quality, and I can see why they're excited about this. Those guys have been trying really hard to make really nice Hampshires, have been super successful at it, and I feel like this is one that represents their program as well as anything they've made.
The next two here will be a couple of cross pigs here coming out of the Savage herd as well. 471 will be the gilt. She is a blanked out. That's the tricked out son there at Gamble's that has done so well. And that's back on a Quite Frankly sow. That sow actually there would be a Quite Frankly back on the Sproul sow. There that was purchased there a few years ago out of the exchange. And then lot 256, the one that Donnie's on, the male pig, he too is a blanked out back on a Sandman Wedding Blues sow there. And again, that boar originated there at Tristan's. That boar himself is a littermate to the $36,000 gilt there that was at, I believe she was at Arizona there a couple of years ago. But think this is a pretty nice pair of pigs. Proud to have them here.
Yeah, nice pair of pigs, and I can speak to that pedigree just a little bit. That blanked out boar, he's a direct tricked out son, and that sow, that Sandman stuff on the bottom side of 256 there would line that up a little bit, and that Tristan Gamble has really had a lot of success, especially here in central Oklahoma. They've been really, really competitive and really hard to get around. It's a really nice set of sows that they've got put together there, and those sows are in these pedigrees, and that should give you a lot of confidence just from a genetic standpoint. These hogs are made to get better, made to improve, but even right now they represent so much quality, and really nice pair here from Savage, 256 and 471.
Get rearranged here quickly. We drop in the consignment from CNC Show Pigs, and we have lots 30, lot 31, and lot 408 on the gilt. The one that the slims on there be lot 31. That would be a modern day, quite frankly, honor society. Says there the mother's a littermate to slaps. I think that's a key token that one offers. The wide belted male there in the back would be lot 30. That is a hits different, never before dirty secret. The mother of that is the older sow that has just done a remarkable job. Her last litter included the high-selling pig they had at the spring. Holy smokes. I know that's one that Slam has just been very, very excited about and excited to get here with this particular set all year long. Lot 408, that's the gilt. She would be a hits different as well, back on a never before dirty secret sow. She would be a mate to that Barrow. Seen these pigs there at the farm the other day. I thought there's lots of things you can do here. They got lots of different endpoints, but wherever you want to end them, whatever you want to do with them, I think that we got quality right here all the way through. I'm going to let Blake Danner give you a thought or two about them.
Yeah, this wide-belted one, he drops through the chute, and he just comes with severe quality. He's a great-looking one. In terms of the shape of his skull, he's flat-backed, big-pinned, and can motor all day. This gilt, man, that thing looks like she's exceptional from the side in terms of her build and her balance. She looks like her shelf life is surreal and could last a while. Last time I checked, resale value in March could be to the utmost potential, just in her ability to go ahead and finish out her days on feed there for a very, very important show there at the beginning of summer. This belted pig that Slim's on, man, he comes through the gate, and I like that pig just from the tip of his nose to all the way back to his tail. Just exceptional in terms of quality. His look, build, balance is absolutely timeless. More importantly, when you study this pig from the side, he's very good. When you step in and watch the pigs come at you and leave you, he's true to his width, and like I said, his proportions are so good. Slim brought you a good trio here and does it in his fashion, like always, in terms of bringing hogs that are good built, great looking, and tough, and look like they're going to feed to the highest degree.
Next consignment here comes into us from Sam Shear and the crew there. Lot 263 would be the male pig there. That is a Money's On Anthem acoustic. Mom would have been a $8,500 purchase there from Danner's in the fall of 23. Blake will be able to give us some comments, I know, on that one. And then lot 472, that gilt there would be sired by the safety first boar, back on a young love sow. Says the 45 litter was one incredible litter around there all the way through. The mom here would go back to the young love sow there that Macy would have shown and won a lot for there in the summer of that year. But two good pigs here, Sam Shear show pigs.
The girl pig, like Todd said, is a safety first. And for those of you that don't know what that is, I got a fair amount of confidence that you'll hear from that boar and those pigs. Their ability to look like they're going to feed is very, very good. And I would tell you, the gilt comes to the chute. Man, does she look honest in her width from front to rear. Has an exceptional look from the side in terms of her build, her balance, and her proportions. One that really just looks like her better days are ahead of her. I like that about her. This belted male pig that Shear drops in here, man, is this thing stout. And his mama was so impressive. She actually originated from the HH clan there in the hill. And that thing and this boar pig look so much alike. Stout skull, big armed, extremely mobile on both ends. One that's still big pinned. Like I said, mom was impressive and was a very, very interesting pig when we had her on feed. This male pig, like I said, extremely stout, broad and dense. I love this thing's skull when he drives right at you. A good pair here from Sam Shear Show Pigs.
Steve Cobb and family comes in next here. We have lot 130. That's the male pig there that Cassie's on. That one there is sired by Drip. And then the mother would be a zoned out end game. That's the 265 one sow. Can't say enough about the job that Drip is doing, including siring the $60,000 pig there that just sold at King's there a few weeks ago. 265 one sows and In-Game's mother here is the catalyst that's just continued to move forward, and going to be one that will build the firm around in the future. Lot 440, that gilt there, she's a Drip as well, back on a back slap attitude, just like the belted boar, the same type of comments. This one here shares a grandmother would be a Batitude. These pigs look like the typical silhouette and the type and kind you expect from the Cobb firm. Basic build, great looking feet and legs. I think this boar pig offers a great deal, Blake.
To start with that girl pig, she jumps in here, and like I probably a little repetitive, but when she comes through here, her look from the side is very, very memorable. The depth of her jaw and the shape of her skull, how her ear sets on her body. And then more importantly, her height to length ratio from the side, I think, is absolutely ideal. Her tail sets perfectly on the upper side of her hip. A gilt pig here that I think is going to look really good through the jackpot stages. More importantly, she looks big ring looking and can play at the highest level. This male pig, he jumps through, and like Todd said, probably more potential within this retrospect pig that's got a great shape to his head. And when you get him from the far, man, that thing's got the big ring look that it takes to play at the highest level. And then he gets out here and trots around. He's mobile, he's comfortable. Pigs that are good looking and comfortable, last time I checked, they typically have a great deal of success within the show ring, or even when you lay them back and breed sows to them. A good pair here from Cobb.
Our next one's in here will be Strieber Genetics. We have his gilt pig. We'll start with her. Pink tag 468. That gilt there would be a money line, easy for you. Mother of this is a littermate to the Reserve Grand at the Red Devil Classic. Bronze at the Central District show. Bronze overall at the county and the 15th commercial gilt there at OYE. Then the male pig there that Dakota's on, that would be lot 242. That pig is an easy for you, back on an easy for you sow. Double bred easy for you there. Easy for you also is a litter mate to the OG boar there at stands at Colson's. Mother's a litter mate to the Reserve Grand there at those exact same shows that we talked about. Those sows are sisters to these two particular litters. Dakota's been on quite a tear across all parts of the country. I know just recently having a bear grabbing a banner there at the Georgia National. But really, really proud of this Perry. I know he is. I think this male pig has a lot to offer. I think that gilt's very, very unique.
Yeah, not to be repetitive, but Strieber, for the amount of sounds that he has, I don't know very many people that are any more successful than that guy is. More importantly, does he raise good pigs, but he's a good dude, and proud to call him my friend. This male pig drops in. Man, it's hard to make him look like that from the side. His ability to have the next level look and be flat-backed and big-pinned, more importantly, his composition and his ability to look like he's on his way up from the side, I think is very, very good. When one jumps through the gate like that, with a skull like that, the show judge definitely going to dip into the details. This girl pig here, she comes out and to be repetitive just in terms of type and kind, another good-looking, attractive gill that's mobile, that I think has just her better days ahead of her. Like I said, this Strieber, he's definitely on a hot streak, especially for no more sounds as he runs. Definitely admire him about that, and a guy that does such a good job. Good pair of pigs here from Strieber.
So these next pair come in, and they come to us from Whittington Show Pigs, and we have lots 239. That's the boar pig there in the ring, and then the black one would be 40, lot 240 on that pair. All these pigs are litter mates. These are sired by Buckle Up, and then they're back on an OG sow. I had the opportunity to go over the other night and see these, and they run this trio of pigs out, and man, I tell you what, I was very, very impressed. This calico one here, this red spotted, whatever you want to call him, I'm sure that a lot of you is going to call him a Burke, and he will be at the end of a night there some night. But man, if you want to drive that thing in the crossbred deal, I think he still gives them all they want. I just love this thing in terms of his build, his silhouette, his type, and his kind. I think you can do a lot of things with these. Great litter of pigs here. Great to have this set of consignments. Lot 239 and 240.
Yeah, Pell's on this black pig, and he comes through, and he's got a great big arm and an awesome silhouette from the side. He's loose and he's comfortable. Probably doesn't do him as many favors being dressed up next to this Berkshire, but I tell you, don't let that one pass up, because I think his quality is exceptional, and one that I think could be a very, very good pig in the long run. This Berkshire pig, or whatever you want to call him, I know if we showed in the South, that's what we would make him. I won't lie to you. If I slid my chips in last night he would be one of the ones that I'd bet on to the highest degree. This pig's look in terms of the shape of his skull, the depth of his jawbone, his look from the side, his slope to his shoulders, absolutely awesome. Man, does that thing just look like to me one that could just honestly get in the big ring and be a competitive show bearer at the highest level. That thing gets me fired up, and I tell you, if we were in my part of the world and we could show that one as a Berkshire, man, I would never think we weren't going to go to a show. I'd be right there in the hunt. Good pair of pigs here from Winnington. I would tell you that I bought pigs from this firm time in and time out. Man, do they not only just go home and feed, but they're good pigs to start with.
Next one in here in the ring is lot 419 from Day Family Show Pigs. This gilt here would be a wide awake back on a daylight kingpin sow. The dam was an elite keeper gilt from a year ago. This one here was set back from perfect timing since the day she hit the chips, it says. She's a mate to our popular black Barrow that just sold at the Kings too there just a few weeks ago. The Day family, obviously, just day in and day out, if you will, here has just been a dominant factor here at these shows in Oklahoma. I think they're offering a very, very good crossbred gilt here, lot 419.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, that Justin Day, I would call him a gilt hoarder in my book, and I'm a pretty persuasive person when you get me in the trenches at someone's farm. Man, I tried really hard to buy this pig a couple weeks ago, and I just think not only does she look like she could be a good show gilt, but she looks like a sow prospect that could believe you with a test of time and make a difference in anybody's program just from the word go. That thing's tough. She's stout. More importantly, she's a round rib, square-edged one that's so hard to master in show pigs to get the texture of their body right, and yet still have enough shape up high. She does that. She gets out here and she can boogie. She's a long-stepping one that I think just has a great presence from the side. Like I said, I'm pretty persuasive. Justin, he said, hey, we got to take this one to PT. I respect him for doing that because I know if I had this one, I definitely would want to put her underneath the lights and test of the time of the perfect timing pig sale here with Day Family Show Pigs.
Next lots we got coming in here, D-Man Genetics here, a pair of them, 457 would be the gilt coming across the middle there. Standing on business, here's the deal on the bottom side. Very nice gilt here from the man. The 187 would be the male hog. coming across there. Again, another one here, litter mate to the gilt, a pair of litter mates here. So both standing on business. Here's the deal, my boy Blue, backdraft. They said the mother's a litter mate to the grand overall at the 2023 Southwest Regional. Grandma is a mate to Blue Dream, champion Duroc Bear at Tulsa there in 21. She's the mother of the class-winning gilt there at the 2024 Fort Worth Stock Show. And the pair of mates here that they brought to you here today, Blake.
D-Man, a firm that raises stout Durocs, and it's not easy to do. And I remember this one's mother's mate, their aunt, so distinctly because our crew used to show that Southwest Regional. Just quite frankly, when I saw her, I knew that they were just going to beat us, and that was fine because she was exceptional in terms of quality. For those of you that know me deep down, it's hard for me to concede sometimes, but that gilt was undenying in terms of her quality. You know, the Facebook battle before you get to the perfect timing pig sale is very important, I think, if you want to market your livestock to the highest degree. This male pig really caught me off of his picture that he has. This pig's stoutness of his skull, his ability to tie high on the top side of his shoulder is very, very good. More importantly, the back third of this one for this breed, I think is just exceptional. And then this gilt drops in, and I saw her last night back there on the turf. That thing is so impressive from the side. Her ability to tie in maturity ahead of her blade with maturity out back is so good. When she drives right at you, she's got a big chest. She's loose and mobile on both ends of her skeleton. I think that this red gilt, quite frankly, it might be one of the better ones within the set of gilts. I love her from the side in terms of her type, kind, and just her honesty from front to rear. Good pair here from D-Man Genetics.
Next up, we got Winter Livestock here in the ring here. This is, I believe, 219 that is in here. This one here, sired by White Hot, back on an albino rhino. This one here comes to you, and you guys followed along with Winter Livestock, done a great job putting these solid white ones together here. Do you just got one of them up here, Tanner, at this one? Okay, we got one of them in here. 219's in the ring right now, light cross barrel.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's probably tried any harder to make light crosses or white ones than Winter Livestock. This one comes in, and you know, he may not be the biggest one of the pig sale, but within his size and weight, I'd say he's probably the hairiest one. He's definitely wild looking, hairy, very comfortable from the side. More importantly, his build, balance, and comfortability, I think is absolutely to the nines. A good white one here from Winter Livestock.
Next one Tanner will be bringing in here will be lot 220. This one here is a 57-2s or ear notch understatement forward Duroc boar pig here from Tanner Livestock.
Tag 220 comes in here, and his ability to be comfortable and very loose in his skeleton, I admire to the highest degree. This Tanner has been making a bunch of red ones, and when I got to judge that response, and I think he had champion in reserve, Barrows and Gilts that day, just last winter. And there's a reason why when you can make pigs that are husky, broad, and dense, but more importantly, this sound and comfortable on both ends of their skeleton, it's so impressive, especially in a breed where it's hard to get them with that slope to their shoulder and bend out back. Tanner does it again with one that's husky, stout, and comfortable. A good Duroc pig here.
Next group we got coming in here, consigner will be Winter Circle Show Pigs. 252's the one in the ring right here, tagged. This one here is a peace pipe silencer spot bore pig. They said on this one here, one they've been very excited about. This one been popular to the visitors at the farm there. They've been kind of hanging on to this one here to get him ready for this event right here. This one is one that definitely they've got a lot of confidence in to put back into their spot program there at their place, and hopefully folks gathered around can understand why they'd have confidence in a spot male hog like this one here, Brett.
Sorry, I was getting the ad lib from Blake here in terms of how we do the order, but certainly a spotted pig that you got to look at and say immediately this is a dense one that's opened up on both ends of his skeleton. I mean, from a boar pig prospect, even a Barrow prospect, I think a very, very intriguing hog. That the stoutness starts at his skull and goes all the way to his tail root. I think a very, very impressive one here in the spotted ring.
$254. Next lot we've got still in the winner's circle firm here. 254 is the one there in the lead, far left. Then 253 is going to be the spot here right behind him there. The 254 would be the dark cross. That one there sired by Whacked Out. Back on a Dare to Compare. Stay Classy Sal. This one here would be out of the gilt. Gates showed at Tulsa. That gilt there was in the sale last year. They purchased from out of the Tulsa, made the gilt sale last year that Decker raised. This would be the first litter out of that young gilt, young sow there. Again, he's a Whacked Out Dare to Compare. 253, that would be the spot boar pig. That one there is sired by Stopwatch, back on a silencer. Said this one is out of a sow that raised the champion spot bearer and 5th overall bearer at the OBSE, shown there there last year, and one they've got a lot of confidence in terms of just build maturity. So again, 253 is the spot, 254 is the dark cross.
Well, these guys certainly do a very, very good job across a lot of different breeds, and this pair here is no exception. You start talking about the 254 is the crossbred hog over there. That thing patterns up very, very well from the side. I think what's so intriguing about that hog is he can be that tall-shouldered and yet set back in his knee and his blade as good as he is, and his head and neck come out the top side and level up in his upper lines there. I think that just looks like a hog that's going to get better every day of his life to me in terms of an easy feeding one. The spot bearer there, square from top to bottom and front to rear. I mean, just a hog that doesn't really have a hole in him. I mean, these guys have done a good job in those spots, evidenced by their history, and even that boar pig that was in here just right before. But I think a very, very good little spot barrow boar pig that is going to have a very, very bright future going forward.
We already have 51? 251? Is that, no, that was the winner circle. They have it. On here. What number we got? Once we got in the ring here, it would be Todd Showpigs is in here, 52 and 54. 52, I believe, is the bigger one down there. Heading back this direction here would be 52. Excuse me, Poland Boar Pig. This one here is out of Sorry Not Sorry, back on a lefty. This one's a litter mate to the $18,000 she sale gilt that we sold there in late September. That was absolutely a very intriguing piece of livestock. And Mom just produced a reserve grand purebred gilt at the Tulsa State Fair, bronze purebred gilt there at the Oklahoma State Fair, champion polar bear at Oklahoma State Fair, champion polar bear at the NJSA Fall Exposition, and the reserve Poland gilt at the NJSA Fall Exposition. So again, the sow on the bottom side, it certainly needs no introduction there. 54 would be the other littermate male pig out there, the smaller one of the two. Got a good pair here from the Todd firm here, Todd Show Pigs, Brett.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a Poland enthusiast, but I heard all about the she sale guild all the way back in Illinois there. Just the quality she brought to the table. And I'm guessing Gary doesn't have a whole lot of Poland sows. I really don't know. When you make them look like this, it doesn't matter how many sows you got. These are going to be competitive Polands in terms of the banner hanging kind, no matter what part of the country you show them in and what size they're in. I mean, those things head and neck, their presence out in front of their blade, and their squareness of chest and their density of their forearm in this particular breed is not usual. They're a little unusual in that regard, but I think buy them and feed them the way you like. I think they both bring some different things to the table from a positivity standpoint, but at the end of the day, they're both very, very good Poland male hogs.
Next group we got in here still in the Todd pen. 417 would be the dark cross gilt here in the lead, furthest down here closest to the table. That one there is a Wild Time. Say It Anchorman. Says that one there, Wild Time Buckle Up Son that they purchased from Steele there last fall. Mother is a litter mate to the champion Hampberra there at Woodward District Show a few years back there. So that's 417, the dark cross gilt there, a Wild Time, Say It. The 418 would be the light cross gilt out there. That one there is another Wild Time back on a smoked timber sow. Mother's litter mate. Mother is litter mate. Brother was a sale maker there at San Antone on the blue one that's out there. And then the belted bear that's out here, that is that 53? 53 that's out there. That one there is another Wild Time. Again, that's back on an Icon Gangster sow, dark cross boar pig. That's lot 53. That one's mother would have produced the highest selling gilt at the exposition this year. So a good trio still in the Todd Show Pigs.
Yeah, I'd say a very, very good trio. And to talk about those gilts, especially here to start with, I mean, this belted one, if she don't grab your attention, then you might want to check your pulse. I think that one's just that's very good stock. I mean, that's she's built for speed. She's good looking. She's got the right kind of maturity pattern, the right kind of substance underneath of her and squareness. I think that's just a hog that's going to get better and better every day of her life. The longer you put her on feed. The blue gilt's very, very intriguing. It starts right there in her skull and her density coming right at you, and her arm and her the density to her hind leg. Got a really round kind of a rib cage in her. I think a very, very good feeding pair of crossbred gilts there that are built right at the surface and have all the extras up high. The off-belted Barrow there, chromed up Barrow, if you will, or a boar pig, just looks like one of those here that time's going to be his friend from a maturity standpoint. It's all there, the basics and at the foundation. A very, very good animal with the right kind of maturity pattern. I think a very, very good trio, very good set from Todd Show Pigs. Congratulations to them.
right, Steel Show Pigs is next up here. We've got 148 in here. Which one is 148 there? Which one of you guys are on 148? Down here? Far end would be the 148 hog there, 11 litter pig. That one there is a Carney Man, buckle up on a backdrop. That one there would be a boar that they raised there at Steel Show Pigs and bred most of their sows to this go around. Carney Man was mate to the 2023 Barrow Battle champion. 10-time class winner. They said grand once and top 5 over there all 4 times. Wins the heavy light cross class at the California Youth Expo, and a mate to the bronze there, dark cross Barrow at the 2024 OYE. So Carney Man out of good litter there. That's to be the 148 hog. The 149 to be out here would be the light cross. 149 would be a wide awake, no introduction. That one there would be mother would have raised the reserve champion light cross at the Central District in 22. Grandma to the grandma and the grandma to the 23 Barrow Battle champion here in 23. That's the light cross. That's a wide awake, no introduction. 150 would be the other dark cross Barrow, and that one there is a driving force backdrop that would be the belted hog of the trio out there. That's lot 150.
Well, you talk about a great trio to start off the seal herd consignment, or the steel herd consignment here. To just start talking about the 148, the off belt there, the socking footed hog, if you will, that we got here and running up the back. Man, that thing is sharp. That thing's intriguing to look at. That just looks like a show barrow. He emanates quality in terms of just his build and his structure. Just looks like one that would be a very, very fun hog to put on feed and just watch him grow and develop every day. I'm a sucker for a good blue one, and man, that if we can make a bunch of blues that are marked like that and built like that, it would be very, very fun here in this particular industry, in my opinion. Man, that thing's rib cage and his chest coming right at you, the shape to his upper skeleton and his pin set up high, I think is very, very neat. The belted one there as we go across the backside of the ring there, maybe just a little greener in terms of his muscle pattern in relation to the other two, but don't get caught sleeping on that one. The fundamentals and the basics, the things link the hip and the way his tail head sets up on the top of his hip, and how his rear leg functions, I think is very, very intriguing. Very nice trio to get started here.
.446. All right, we'll start with the gilt here. That's 446, the light blue gilt out there in the middle of the pack right now. This gilt here is a driving force on a backdrop, light cross. This one here, mother is a mate to the Division I champions and Division I champion and bronze dark cross Barrow at OYE this past year. That sow also raised the Barrow Battle champion here in 23 and here last year at Perfect Timing. So another sow that's done a great job of producing good quality stock. That's our blue gilt out there. Next one we got out here would be, is this 146 right here? 143? 143 would be the painted up dark cross boar pig prospect out here. That one there is a driving force roll call. He says mother was 8 times grand on the OCPA circuit there. She won the Hamps on that circuit and was a 40th overall dark cross at OYE. So again, from another good sow on the bottom side there from Steel. You said 144? 144 would be the blue bear that's out here, the light cross. That one there is a driving force as well. Would be a litter mate to the painted up one that we just talked.
Well, to start with the blue gilt here, I mean, obviously, we've had plenty of success, plenty of accolades within this particular litter. Whether you're thinking about a show gilt or whether you're thinking about a sow, I think that one needs to be on your radar. Both of these blue hogs out here, if people don't think blues or whites can be stout enough, they need to look in here, because these things bring some extra structure and feature to the table, but the density to the center part of their body cavity and the middle part of their chest, I think, is very, very good in terms of light colored crosses. But man, that thing's skull is stout. I mean, she just reads stout everywhere. Man, this one right here, this off-belted chromed up pig, this one's kind of my kind in terms of how his muscle patterns laid on him and the lateness to his maturity. That thing looks like he could do big things in the end. Don't get caught sleeping on him because he's maybe just a little skinnier there. That thing looks like he could be a lot of fun come March. Nice trio here again.
All right, what do we got, kids? $145, $146, and $147. All right, first one we got up is $145. This one here is driving force backdrop. Who's on $145? Right here, $145 in front of us here. Again, a dark cross barrow here. Driving force backdrop. Mother is a mate to the Division I champion and bronze overall dark cross at OYE last year. Again, we've seen a bunch of them out on that bottom side of that pedigree that goes back there to Mike's. I think a very nice one there in 145. 146 would be the other one out there. You on 146? 146 would be in the lead, heading back this direction here. That's a Carney Man buckle up backdrop. Again, we went back through that Carney Man. That's a boar that Mike and the crew would have kept there and bred quite a few sows to. And then 147 be the one in the middle of the ring there, heading out to the front there, I guess the young man's on. That one there would be Wide Awake, Never Before, Best Man. Grandmother, the sow would be the grandmother of the champion Hampshire Gilt at the 2022 OCPA show circuit. Yes, OCPA show circuit. Sorry about that. Again, that's 147.
Well, not to talk about them in any particular order, but the flash puller kids here, or not the flash puller kids, Cooper kids, the two that they're on, I think just study the set and the bend and the flex and the ability to plan on those hogs' hind legs and just how their hip is structured. To have that kind of density and have that kind of function on their rear leg, I think is very, very unique. Hogs that have extreme shape on their upper skeleton and handle it like that, I think is very, very neat. Those hogs would be fun to watch here as you go through the winter and see how they develop. You got the young lady's got the 146 hog that's maybe not quite as bloomy here today, but gives a good look. Not wanting to act the best for her, but and that thing patterns up good from the side. Just looks like one of them here again. That's going to get better and better every day of his life. I think Steele's brought you a very, very good set of pigs here. Very fun to watch and look at and pick apart. Very nice set.
Cooper Flash up here. This is 170 and 171. Pair of litter mates here, sired by Scar. Sow's a Wham 2020 blurred. Pair of Yorkshire classifying ones here. These right here, Mother would have raised a class winner and 7th out cross gilt or cross there at Tulsa, and reserve cross bearer there at the Fall Classic. So again, a proven sow on the bottom side, and the first pin here from Cooper and Flash, a pair of litter mates, 170 and 171. 170 would be the smaller one of the two. 171 is the bigger one.
Well, it's not surprising George's kids are driving hogs that look like this, because this is of what I've seen of George. This is how he likes them to look. I mean, these things head and neck rise out the top side of their blade. They're short back. They got big, stout hind legs, and they look like show barrows from the side. I think both of them are extremely good, man. That little one, if that one was a pure, we were showing up north here for my kids this summer, that one thing would get me excited about the possibility of owning him. I think both of them bring a lot of good to the table. Just look like hogs that are going to feed, their maturity patterns right, their muscle patterns laid on them right. Very, very good set for George and Ashley here.
Next pair we're going to have coming in here is going to be 172 and 173. Again, another pair of them, pair of litter mates here, still in the Cooper Flash pen. These would be sired by Oreo. Dam is a one-eye jack, 2020 blurred. Again, one of them in here, a pair of them in here good. Mother raised the York Bear there at OYE and Coba last year. Again, as we talk about George and the crew on those white ones there, again, proven sow on the bottom side there to go back into. So a pair of them here from Cooper and Flash, 172 and 173. Is this 172 down here? 172 is at the far end, or down here with us. 173 would be out there on the wall right now on the backside.
Well, if that 172 hog don't get you excited about showing white male hogs or white-looking male hogs, man, that thing is very, very good in my opinion. I don't know where the critics are going to pick a big hole in that one. For where his tail head sets, the length of his hip and the length out in front of his blade, and to be that short-backed and that square and level up high, I think is very, very neat. And then you take it to the surface, and he's just as equally square coming and leaving. That one would get me excited to go to the barn every day and certainly watch him develop and see what he can be. The blue speckled up hog, I think, gives you the same kind of pattern, maybe not quite as much feature, but at the same point in time emanates a lot of quality just in and of himself. Very, very good pair here. George brought you a bunch of good white ones. Go back there and cuss and discuss them and see which one you like best, but he's got a lot of options there. Nice set, George.
One we're talking out here, leaving the other one out for a little company, Brock said. So 422 is going to be the belted gilt out here. This is Heron Genetics in the ring right now, would be the belted cross gilt here. This one here is a modern day all rise. Again, this one here is from Heron Genetics. Said her mother raised Bennett's very successful Barrow for mullet last winter. She herself was a reserve grand at the revival. So again, another proven sow on the bottom side there from Heron Genetics on the dark cross gilt.
Well, just another belted gilt that just exudes quality. It doesn't matter what angle you look at her from. I think Brock brought you one that I'm sure he's pretty proud of here, and I'm sure it's kind of hard to let things like this go. But a gilt that's here again, stout in her forehead. Her head and neck rides out of the top of her blade, and she's flat-backed and got a big motor working in the center part of her body there. I think one that's should be pleasing to the eye of everybody in this particular building. I think a very, very good animal. Congratulations to Brock.
All right, lots we got out here. Jervis Show Pigs will be up next here. 106 is going to be the dark cross male pig out here. That one there is quite frankly back on Jericho's mother. And what that boar's done has been a very solid job across the spring there in his first crop. So this is quite frankly back on Jericho's mother. And the 431, the belted gilt that's out here, that one there is a money line. Believe in me, Cruel Intention.
Interesting pair here from from Drew, and a buddy of mine bought one of these back in the spring and hauled it back home for him, and a crossbred hog from Drew that fed extremely good. And I think this Barrow, this kind of chromed up or off-belted Barrow here, if you will, I think is got a lot of interesting pieces. I mean, that thing is certainly dense, and he's certainly good looking. Looks like the kind of hog that if you feed him right is going to be able to win a lot of banners in a more of a middleweight kind of scenario there going forward. I think a hog that here again just exudes a lot of quality. The gilt over there on the far side, I think built right from the ground up, got plenty of shape, plenty of muscle up high, got a good look out in front of her blade. Very nice pair from Drew here.
Next pin coming in here is going to be TKO Genetics here, and a firm that certainly doesn't need any introduction here of breeding quality. And 91, the one Kyle's on there, that's going to be 30-3's the ear notch. That's an all-out, past the hat. This one here would be on the best littermate sister to the grand there at OYE last year. And if anybody's followed along, I believe he had that picture up there on Facebook or two here. Very impressive looking female. All out past the hat. That's on 91. That's the one that Kyle's on there on the far side. 92 is going to be the other male hog here in the middle of the ring. This one here is all out past the hat. This would be a litter mate to the one there that Kyle's driving there. So again, a good pair of them there on the male side. 427 to be the dark cross gilt that's out here. That's a past the hat, change the game. Another proven mating, Kyle says, past the hat. This is going to be one of his young cornerstone females there at TKO again. So study in here, and I'm sure if you got any questions, Kyle can fix you up. But a good trio here from TKO.
Well, I think if I was in the market for a belted Barrow for my kids to show, I'd spend a little time back there sorting this pair in the barn, because I think there's some interesting pieces in both of them. I mean, the ones Kyle got, or that he is on, is absolutely dense in terms of his hind leg. That thing's got some pieces that could be very, very big time, in my opinion. A hog that's very square coming and going, got a big old square chest and a very good square knee. What's so interesting about that hog to me is he almost fills his track like a good kind of a bull going across the pasture there. I mean, where he picks up his front foot and where he plants his rear foot, that's very intriguing for a hog that stout to be that flexible. I think is very outstanding in his own right. That Barrow right there in the middle of the pin, that one's my speed in terms of how his head and neck rise out of his blade and how flat backed and just how he's built for speed. I think, man, that thing could be very, very fun to go to the barn and watch develop here through the winter. The young lady with the gilt here, certainly one that looks feminine but stout. I mean, a hog that's very, very square, very shapely. Looks like she has a very, very high ceiling. I think Kyle brought you an extremely good trio here. I'd go back there and study on them a little bit, buy the one you like, but I'd let it all look like they're going to feed to me.
All right, Brooks Show Pigs is up next here, and got you a trio of them out here. We'll start with the gilt here. That would be the Kenneth's on there. That's 470s, the lot number there on the Chester gilt here. She's a Temptation, boxed out. The 6 litter has been the best litter born at the farm to date. This sow would be a litter mate to the champion Chester gilt at OYE in 2022. So good pedigree there on the gilt. That's tag 470. You get in here on the male hogs that are out here, both these intact that are in here. 249 is the one down here the young lady's on. Again, that's going to be another one of those Temptation boxed out. All those are all three of these are litter mates that are out here, and then Jarrett on the back side there is going to be on 250. Would be the other intact male hog of the trio of Chesters out here.
Well, you can tell they're all mates, I'd say. I mean, hogs that look very, very similar. You know, that gilt, certainly a gilt that's built right at the surface, a gilt that's got a big old square chest, a gilt that looks like she has plenty of ceiling in terms of just getting better and better with age. A gilt that certainly has plenty up high and combines that with a good underline there down low. This pair of male hogs, I think, especially the 249 hog there, the young lady's driving. Jarrett's having a little trouble with showmanship on this one right here. But I think hogs that are stout, I mean, hogs that are dense, the way that thing's head and neck rise out of the top of his blade in this particular breed, and to still be that good in the base of his neck, I think is very, very intriguing. Look like a couple of Chester male hogs that fed right can have very successful careers as show barrows this winter, or maybe even as boar prospects. Very good set here from Brooks.
JD Show Pigs is up next here, and I believe we've got 218. That's the belted cross that's out there. That pig there is a past the hat, kind of a big deal. And then is it 214, JD? 214 on the spotted hog that's out here. This one here is a Titan Black Pearl. Mother would be a litter mate to Landslide that we have there at Top Cut. Again, a good pair from JD here, spotting across.
Well, JD brings a couple different flavors here, and I know his numbers aren't high in the spotted deal, but his success rate has been very, very high, and you can see why with when you bring one that looks like this in that particular breed. That thing's center body is very good. His wheels are very good. I think a hog that's head and neck rises out of his blade, got a big square back in him. I think that one can meet the most discerning eyeball and just offer a lot of very, very good traits in that particular breed. The little wide-belted hog, as at the other end of the ring there, I think boxy is the first term that comes to mind for me. But boxy in terms of even being tall-shouldered and long enough off of both ends of his skeleton, I think a hog that's very neat, probably needs to be fed appropriately from a weight perspective, but I think if somebody gets that done right, has a very, very high ceiling.
To 15, 16, and 17. 15 to be the one back here. Brayton's on closest to us right here, coming across there. All three of these are litter mates. They are past the hat, kind of a big deal. They said Mom is a mate to Trenches. She was a winner and makes winners, is what he says. So studying here on this trio right here. Again, what one are you on there, Jarrett? 17 is the one on the far side. 16 is coming across right here in the front, there in the middle of the ring. So 16, 15, and 17 going across there. So a trio of them here from JD, past the hat, kind of a big deal.
Well, the depth, the quality of this litter is obviously very good, and I think you could sort this trio and decide which one you like and which one you want to show to which judge and debate a lot of different times. I think all three of them, you could tell are mates in terms of how their head and neck rise out of their blade, the shortness of their back, and their stoutness to their skull, and yet the density to their forearm, I think, is all very intriguing. I think, like I said, three that you could cuss and discuss a little bit. You know, the one out here in front, I think that's the 16 hog. I think that one intrigues me a lot, just from a head and neck standpoint and maturity standpoint. It just looks like one he could hit a weight target wherever you want, wherever he wants to be, wherever you want to feed him into. Jarrett's probably got the one that probably hits a little lower end of a middleweight kind of a deal, in my opinion. But and that thing has got some big limbs and a very, very high ceiling. Congratulations to Jarrett on a very good set.
Hammock Show Pigs is up next here, and we'll start with the Berkshire Gilt that they bring to you out here. That one there is tagged 458. That one there is a top hand, top it off, Berkshire Gilt. This one here, this pig's mom came out of an incredible litter, they say. Pigs last year that included Off the Chain at Premium Blend Genetics, the Grand Overall Gilt there at Houston, the Reserve Supreme Gilt at Fort Worth, and 5th Overall Burke Gilt at the 2024 OYE. So again, sow very powerful on the bottom side, good genetics there. That's the Berkshire Gilt. The Calico Barrow, that would be out here, or male hog, I should say, boar pig. That is tag 192. That one's sired by OG, back on a No Stranger. Calico male has been an absolute standout, they said, from day one. Has been kept back for this sale. Been looking forward to bringing him here. So guys, study in here. One they've got a lot of confidence in, a pair of them that they got out here in front of you from Hammocks.
Well, we've showed a few Berkshire Gilts over the last couple years here, and been able to, the kids have been able to have a little success. And if I was doing it again, I'd maybe put some bankroll on this gilt right here, because man, this one's complete and square and brings a lot of extras with all the kind of balance and proportionality that you want. I mean, that thing is dense in every direction, no matter where you look at her, from the stoutness to her forehead to even the set to her rear ankle and the depth to her rear heel. I think, man, that thing is very, very intriguing in a lot of regards, from a show gilt perspective and from a sow perspective. I think that that one should meet the most discerning eye. Now, I don't raise crossbreds, but I would have set this Calico back, and I would be anxious to bring him out to the public eye as well. I mean, that thing is very, very neat. When you start talking about the proportions of that hog, in terms of whether you're talking about showing him as a Barrow or keeping him as a boar, I mean, that thing's proportions are about ideal in terms of length to height ratio, the stoutness to his skull and the length to his neck and the length to his hip and the density of his hind leg. I think is, man, that one's awful good. I think a very, very good pair. Congratulations to these guys.
Next consigner coming in here is going to be Mays and KP Show Livestock here. First one they're going to drop in here. This is tag 27, Dark Cross Boar Pig. This one's sired by Buckle Up, back on a Quite Frankly sow. Mother's a Quite Frankly Family Ties, bred by MC3 Ward. She was successfully shown there a year or two ago. And would have had an outstanding show career here on the bottom side. So a good female in that Quite Frankly sow. Again, he's tag 27, Buckle Up, Quite Frankly.
Well, I don't think it matters here whether you're talking about boar prospect or whether you're talking about a Barrow prospect. This is just good stock that brings extras to the table in terms of extra density as you take him to the surface. He's very square off both ends of his skeleton. He's a short-bodied hog that's long on both ends. I think a very, very good hog that Cade's driving here that I'm sure he's been excited to bring out and show off to the public, and rightfully so. I think a hog that should have a lot of friends here come tomorrow.
Next consigner coming in here is going to be Goss Livestock. This is tag 82, light cross boar pig here. This is a buckle up timber. He said the first litter gilt. Blue Mate Brother would have sold there for $14,000 at the get together there. The second get together, again, Goss Livestock, buckle up timber. This is tag 82.
Well, if you don't like this one, you probably are in the wrong industry. You probably need to go show something else, because this one's just a good animal. It doesn't matter what angle you see him at. Doesn't matter if you say, well, he needs to be belted or whatever the case may be. I love good blue hogs that are built like this and marked like this. Got that good deep blue on his rump and blue up in front of his blade. I think that's about an ideal kind of marking. Man, that hog is just dense both ways. He's looks like a show barrow. He looks like an elite show barrow that's flat backed and got a big old flag tail up there sitting on top of his hip. I think looks like the Goss boys have spent some time in the show barn here getting this one broken, rightfully so. I'd be pretty proud to drive this one out to the public. I think a very, very good blue barrow here that can play against the crosses, whether it be darks or lights, whatever the case may be. Congratulations to them on a very, very good animal.
Next firm we got coming in is going to be Kimball Livestock, and you study in here, a group of guys that doing a great job of putting together good livestock, and got a pair of them out here. We've got the spot gilt right here would be 443 that Brayton's on. That one there is sired by Classified, back on a mattress pad. And this would be first time for these guys in the spot breed here, but I think it appears that they're getting off to a very good start with the one they've got out here. I believe the belted cross male pig here, that's tag 111. Again, this one's a beast mode, tricked out, Desperado. Again, this is one of them that they've put together and purchased a very good set of sows around there, and I think you can see the quality that resembles in these two that are out here now.
Yeah, Brayton's getting a start in this industry and doing a very good job. Hear a lot of positive comments from a lot of different people about him in particular, and brings a quality pair here for exhibition at this particular pig sale. And you start talking about the spot gilt. I mean, talk about one that's good in her front foot placement in this particular breed. Her head and neck rise out of her blade where it should. A hog that's got some shape, got a long square hip and a functional hind leg to her. I think a very, very good animal in that particular breed. Just very good stock in general. The belted hog would get me excited about going to the barn to feed that thing every day. For a short-bodied, moderate-sized hog, that thing almost runs uphill, and his presence out in front of his blade is very good. Good in the set and angle to his shoulder. Just good pattern, just good stock from the side here again. I think a very good pair. Congratulations to these guys.
You bet, Brett. The 111 goes back there on the bottom side, that tricked out Desperado sow. That would be the $80,000 one that was reserved there at OYE 2 years ago there in 23. So again, one that's got some power on the bottom side of her pedigree, on the bottom side of his pedigree, and that belted one, tag 111 male hog. Next group coming in here is going to be Gen 1 consigner in the ring here. The gilt out there leading the pack right now is tag 436. That one there's a lead lap, quite frankly, Kingpin. This one here is one that they think is certainly got a fighting chance down the road in terms of bone and density and stoutness here. That's the dark cross. That's tag 436. The other one that would be coming across there is going to be tag 117. That's the intact male hog of theirs. This one here is a money's on, quite frankly, goosebumps. So this one here is one that I know they're extremely high on in terms of bringing him here to the to offer him here tomorrow at the Perfect Timing sale. Certainly a good pair right here, Brett.
Yeah, I would be excited if I brought this gilt to the pig sale too. I mean, just how she patterns up from the side and just her elite kind of look out in front of her blade, I think is here again very good. I mean, both these hogs bring all kinds of substance and structure and foot size to the table. A gilt that, like I said, just kind of exudes quality there. I would like to show her off to the public as well. I think a male hog here that is built from the same mold, but maybe brings just even that much more. When you talk about through the center portion of his body, that thing's got a big pin set up high, got a big square tail root up on the top side of his hip there. I think a hog that's still got a stout noggin, but yet still got a big forearm in him. Very good pair here. Congratulations to these guys.
Next consigner we've got in here would be Pell Livestock, and got you a good trio of intact males out here in 236 and 237. Good pair of them right here. 236, I believe, is the off belt at the far end down there. 236, and that one there is an OG Absolute Stay Classy dark cross male there coming across the middle. That's tagged 236. That one was a baby pig's. That mother, that one would have been a baby pig purchase there from Cantrell there last fall. 237 would be the traditional belted one out here. That one there is a wild side in game. This one here, he said, is supposed to be a 14 litter. That was a misnotch on there. But to go with that, mom was purchased at the she sale last year for $4,500. She was a provoked, the provoked dirty. In her extended pedigree as a litter mate to Carol that Heimer would have raised there a few years back. So you get to study in the bottom side of that pedigree. A lot of good stuff in there for Pell Livestock. Again, this is 236 and 237.
Well, I think if I brought this pair to the pig sale as a crossbred breeder, I'd be pretty excited about not only what they're going to bring here in the next couple of days, but what they're going to do for their new owners long term. I think two hogs that just look like extremely high quality animals. The off-belted pig here, the young lady's driving, short-backed hog that's very, very tall fronted, hog that's got a big dense hind leg, probably even better in the center part of his body than maybe the belted one at this stage of the game. But man, that thing's upper lines just look like a show-winning kind of a crossbred Barrow there to me. The way this thing, the belted hog, the way his head and neck rise out of the top of his blade is just unrivaled in a lot of regards. That thing's kind of silly looking from a creature standpoint when she gets him put together, and that thing gets going across the ring. Anybody who knows anything about good livestock that's going to catch their eye. Here again, a hog, this rib shape is very, very good. Just looks like one of them that has an extremely high ceiling to me. Very good pair here.
This group here is going to be a little team effort here. We've got Squires and Wilbur out here at the same time, since the Wilbur gilt was going to have to come out by herself here. But we'll talk Mavs group here first. And Squire Genetics, we've got 411 and 412, a pair of dark cross gilts down there at that end of the area out here. Which one's 412, guys? 412 being the more belted gilt here, I guess, with the kind of on the off-belt side, I guess, here in the middle of the ring. That one there is a 14 litter. That's a Husky, never before curtain call. This one here, they said, goes back and think could be an awesome show gilt and a sow prospect. That's the 412. The 411 is the one that Maverick's on. That one there is a Husky McGregor curtain call. Pretty high on this one as well. They said this gilt here, think they definitely one that's got a bright future in terms of feedability, and certainly goes back to one of their better cross sows there on the bottom side. The bigger gilt out here of Wilbur Genetics is tagged 450. That one there is a wide awake hero. And again, another one that's got a lot of proven genetics on the bottom side. This female would be out of a full sib to the gilt that they sold here last year. That went on to be 9th overall there at OYE here last spring. So a good trio of them out here from Squires and Wilbur Genetics.
Yeah, I think a good set of females to study in on now. Start by just talking about the one that Mav's on there, the 411. That gilt just comes out, and I think just study in on the shape to that one's skull and kind of tells the story from there back. For her size, that thing's as broad as she could be between her eyes, and goes back to a big kind of a rib cage, a soft center body. I really like where that gilt's tail head sets up on her hip. Obviously not a big one, but I do think that one gets big enough for the first division at OYE. She's got a long shelf life. The opportunity to resell one that's that stout mugged with that kind of toe quality someday when size gets right, man, I think that one can be fun when she gets big. The other gilt that Mav brings you is probably a little sportier looking from the side in terms of just her head and neck. I'd say whatever kind you like. He probably brought you 2 different styles. Got a pig for everybody there. And then this gilt that Wilbur brings, I know he'd been planning on bringing a real special gilt to the PT, and he normally sets one back for this event. It's this kind of caliber. Study that one in motion. I think the way just she utilized her rear heel and her hock when she pushes and drives off the rear third of her skeleton, I think is so good. She's a big backed, big ribbed one. Study in on what this program has done in terms of just making competitive show gilts, making breeding stock for people that has went on and generated. I'd say you learn your lesson, study in on this gilt. Really good trio gilts here that the Okies brought.
Good pair of them coming in here from Halfin Show Pigs. 473 is going to be the one there on the far end, and just these two, right? Yeah. 473 and 474. 473 is coming back across the middle right here. A pair of litter mates here. These gilts here are sired by Whacked Out. Back on an in-game Here I Am Sal. Again, the mother of the 83s was 10th overall at Tulsa. Brought 20,000 in the gilt sale. Grandma was a high rent mature gilt purchase from Brockman's. Building Speed, Step 1 sow in the pedigree is a repeat mating of Cruel. So it goes back to the one they would have purchased there from the Brockman firm, and I think a good pair of them, Jarrett, that definitely speak for themselves out here.
Yeah, I think real good, and knowing the mom and grandma behind these, I'd say should give a guy some buying confidence. I remember when they showed this mom there at Tulsa, she was a neat critter that was just so stout and robust about just her arm shape and then just how powerful she was to her mid-body. Still was just really good-legged. Grandma here, I remember that one showing. She was a summertime pig as well, a real chromed-up gilt that won a lot of shows. And it's neat that these females have got 2 females behind them that are very memorable for me. And then you get these out here and look at them. These pigs look like they're going to feed. They're good build. I think just their maturity pattern reads right. I think these long-term are going to be the kind of gilts that not only have some high resale value, but they're the kind that can win. As you get them to full maturity, I think build is good. I think these gilts are just very complete, but yet still come with the extras. I know complete's not a word that we like to throw around in the pig show world because people can confuse that with common. These are incredibly far from common. It's hard to make them that have this kind of build and design. I think an awesome feeding pair of gilts that Halfin's brought.
$802. $802 would be this calico gilt coming across where's the, which one we got? The Berkshire, oh, the Berkshire should be 260. You got them. So this is supposed to be 802. Are you switching them, or are we switching them on the sheet? Okay. So 265 here is going to be the Calico gilt right in the middle of the ring here. That one there, we got to switch them on the sheet here. All right, but that one there is a heavy hitter, Kingpin, Dirty Secret. That would be the 265 Calico that the young man's driving back across the middle there. Mom of those 82s, again, was a bred purchased from JD. She was shown by the Bryant family. Had a great show career, and the pedigree of those 82s kind of speaks for itself there. Heavy hitter, Kingpin, Dirty Secret. The 802 is going to be the Berkshire. The Berkshire Boar Pig. That one there is an off-the-chain, all-in wild thing. Mother of the 81s was showed by the Hinkle family, was champion countless times, along with being champion there at Coba. Grandma is a maternal sib to the Grand Gilt there in 22 at OYE. So that's your Berkshire male pig out there, and that one's tagged 802. The final one here of Halfins is going to be the more spotted up of the Calicos out here, and that's 475. That's another one of those 83s. That's a whacked out in-game. Here I am building speed. So again, goes back to the Brockman style purchase there that JD would have just discussed. That is 475 in the gilt out there in the lead to our far left.
I think the genetics obviously speak for themselves here, and then we'll just talk about them in the same order that Chad got done. The Calico gilt there on the far side is one that's really captivating as she comes out of the gate. I love it for as tall shouldered as she is. If that gilt still opens up wide when she comes at you, incredibly level from the top of her shoulder all the way back to her tail head. We just talked so many times at big shows about just the better pattern ones. A lot of times in the big ring setting get to win, and that one just looks like out there on the wood shavings there at OIE under the bright lights. Just looks like one that can stick out because her silhouette to me is second to none. I like a lot of things about that one. Obviously, genetically, you got a Kingpin mom there on the bottom side. That always seems to work out for people. This Berkshire bear is one we've looked at in the back a lot, and I know we live in a state where we show a lot of those that don't come with pedigrees, but I tell you, study in on this pig, and he can beat any of the crossbred ones that we've seen. That thing's ability to use his hind leg is awesome. He's got some extra set and reach out back, and even though I think he does come with just a little extra cushion to his hock joint, I still think his tail head sets up appropriately on the top side of his hip. He's got cushion, yet he's still level. He's got some bend and curvature to his forearm. I just think that pig's so comfortable, yet he's still stout skeleton, and he's got a big arm and a great head. Man, I think that's a Berkshire bear that's got an incredibly high ceiling. I'd say if you need one of those for March, get that one on your short list. And then the Calico gilt there, the black and white spotted one on the far side. Another one that just presents a lot of quality from the side. She probably has as much punch out back as any of these in here in the ring right now, and yet I still think her look from the side's modern and appropriate. Love how stout that one is right in between her eyes. That's just a stout built one that's short bodied, yet still attractive. I think a really good set that the Halfin crew brought you. I'd say go look at these in the back. You may have different favorites than I do, but I think quality runs deep in his set.
Next firm coming in here is going to be Steve and Mark Gray Show Pigs, and got you a pair of male boar prospects out here, and 175 and 176 here. A pair of them that certainly need no introduction here. The bigger one here coming across is, what number is that one? Is that 76? 176 is the bigger one of the two that's out there. That would be a Blowing Smoke. Next play, back on one of his 81 litter Never Before sows. That one there, that sow that goes back, to get straight here, the next play sow is one that Mark would have purchased there from Canal, be out of a litter mate to play it cool. Again, so some power in the blood there on the bottom side, goes back to one of those 81 litter Never Before sows there at Kyle's. The smaller one of the two, that would be tag 175, the black one out here, and that one there is a buckle up, tricked out cruel. That sow would be a litter mate to the extreme. So a good pair of them here from Steve and Mark Gray Show Pigs.
Yeah, I think an awesome pair, and we'll talk about him again just in the same order than Chad did. The one that Lindsay's driving, this pig comes out here with just an incredibly stout presence. His forearm is huge and his hind legs just as big. I think the neatest thing about this pig for me is to be as stout featured as he is. He's still so comfy and loose in the way that he hinges out back. Pig comes with a little extra ear. I think that just tells you how stout he is. That pig's arms and feet and toes are going to be huge, and yet to be that stout, again, just his ability to get out here and cover ground is second to none. I think that pig, when he throws his head back and his ears prop up, gives a pretty sporty look still from the side. I love that he's got just a little character there and the color to his front arm. I think it's a really neat pig. It's a dual purpose. I think that one could be a herd boar. I think he could be a very competitive show bearer. The black pig comes out here, and man, I wish Biscuit was here to talk about this one. I know he loves those. This pig is special. You get that one out here, and man, we're just not going to see very many that's any better than that. And I'm excited that Todd said that Chad and I get a little commission off the ones we talk about, because this one looks like he could sell real high. I love this pig. He's a barn favorite for me. I got to see him back there last night, and had to go ask Mark what the story on this one was. You get that one out here, and his lines are just perfect from the side. That's a tall-shouldered kind of a bear that comes with so much punch on the top side of his blade, and as you get in right behind that one, that's got a fat tail root, a huge hind leg. To be as stout as he is, it's honestly amazing to me to watch him get around here and motor with that much cushion to his rear joints, and just the look that he gives you from the side. An awesome combination of being athletic and stout, having that kind of a presence from the side. I think that one's very elite livestock. He's in the right place to sell, because I think everyone that's here in this building is going to appreciate that one. Boy, I think that's a real special critter.
Next one coming in here, next firm is going to be Hildy Show Pigs here. They got you a male intact one. They're driving through here in 261s, the tag on this pig here. This one's a Wild Ride, Glory Days, American-made dark cross. Dam first litter gilt that goes back to the 5-2 Never Before sow that they sold half entrance in their sow sale to Rosebird. Got one for $74,000, and this was one I know that Will says he is very pumped up about offering here tomorrow morning.
I'd say typically a guy wouldn't want to have to walk a pig out behind that black one, but Hilty brings one out that's just got an incredible amount of quality as well. And this is another one that I saw on Facebook or maybe Snapchat, and thought he looked awesome. And then as he came across the green carpet back there last night, man, this pig, he makes the hair on the back of a guy's neck stand up. I think he's got some special qualities about him. Another one that's just so stout and so loose still in the way that he's built out back. He's got the added aesthetic value of having just a little extra fuzz there on his arm, and this pig just looks like a winner to me. Looks like a modern day show pig that when you unload him, people are going to want to put theirs back on the trailer and go home. I think this pig is incredibly unique in the way that his head and neck ties in, and to have that kind of look and that kind of presence. He's still tough looking about his head shape, man. I think that's a really special one. Could win a lot of pig shows, could do a lot of things with that one. Put him into a boar stud, and I know you can make a lot of money twice a week with a pig that looks like that. I'd let him breed my sows. I'd love to be have the opportunity to get to feed one that looks like that. I think an incredibly special animal that Hilty brings.
Next up here is going to be Team Salone will be the next one's coming in here. This is going to be tag 180. 180, this one is a dark cross boar pig. He's out of pace car, back on a Never Before Teen Spirit. Says the mom is responsible for 2 division champions at Houston, including the Champion Cross. She's also made the Champion Guild at the Southwest Regional. This boar is a litter mate to their popular She Sale Guild that brought $22,000. That was a very good piece of livestock we sold there a few weeks back. So again, studying here on the Team Salone, tag 180 is the tag in this hog.
I think a really fun one to look here that the Sloan crew brings, and that guy's had a history of bringing really elite animals to this sale that have not only went on and won big shows, but he's sold some real elite kind of breeding stock here at this particular sale as well. And man, this one fits the mold for what he's done in the past. I think loaded up one here that's got as high of a ceiling either way as any of them. He could get that one out here, and just as he comes right out of the gate, just the stoutness to his mug's incredible. I'd say that one's as big on the top side of his blade as any of them we've seen. That is a real wide, real expressive kind of a back. You put that pig in motion, and to be as stout as he is, he's still loose in the way he hinges out back. I think another one that you can talk some uniqueness about, to be as stout as he is in his forearm and his front foot, man, he's propped up on his toes so well, and I know we all struggle with that a little bit at times, especially when we make him this stout. I think that's what really sets this one apart and makes him special. I think this Tag 180 is a real neat critter.
Drop it in next is G&S Swine, lot number 84, 27-11, a wide awake on a tricked out. They like this show pig and his mama a great deal. Dam would be the Holy Smoke Kilmer Purchase, shown by Mahones, that won a pile in Oklahoma and finished 11th out at OIE in 23. She's generated over 130,000 in her first 2 litters, including High Alert at PBG and her $40,000 leadoff at Kings 1, purchased by Premium Blend. JD, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if we got into Boar Alley or what happened when we got to set up here, but man, these first few groups of these things look like pigs that have just got immense value, not only as potential show pigs, but pigs that could find their way into big boar stud kind of homes. This one comes out, and he's got as big a hind leg as any. You study just the shape to that one's mid-body and the turn to his cage. That thing's incredibly robust, and yet to be as powerful as he is, I still think that pig's just proportions and look from the side are modern enough to be as stout as he is there in his head shape. I think his neck's still good. He's really clean on the bottom side of his throat there, and then you get on top of this one, like I say, he's as powerful as any. I think another one that just combines being stout, still being attractive, gets out here and has a hind leg that's very mobile, has got some bend and cushion there on back. This one doesn't do many things wrong, does a lot of things right. I think an elite kind of a show pig.
Moyer Genetic Edge drops in here with a pair of them. We'll start with the Duroc Gilt, lot number 32, ear notch 36-1. She's sired by Air on a Kraken Ribs Bomb Squad, the dam of Jaws at Crossroad, the dam of Rocket at Genetic Edge, the dam of the Reserve Red Bear and 5th overall at the Ohio State Fair in 24, and also the dam of the Reserve Duroc Bear and 7th out at Ohio State Fair in 23. The belted gilt there, we have a boar pig, belted boar pig. What's the tag number on that one? Is it 33? 33 is 83-6. So lead the way, tell all, times the king. JD, I'll give you your opinion on these two.
I think this Duroc Gilt comes out here, and she gives us all an opportunity to reload on some of the ones that we bought early in the season that probably aren't good enough, and unfortunately we've all probably done that a few times. This is a gilt that's big enough to know the kind of quality you've got. Would certainly be a good way to replace one to show in kind of an older class there in March, or you could certainly show her in February or anywhere down in Texas. Lots of show options down there, but I just think that one, to be big and to be this size and to still have this kind of quality, it's hard to find a gilt like like that left in this season. Where the buying window's about done. It's neat that you have an opportunity to buy one here that's got some size on her and still lots of quality. Very square when you just get right on top of her and study the shape on the top side of her blade. A really stout featured kind of a female, a big broad-headed one. I think her elevation and look from the side is still very good. The genetics behind that one make me think she can be a winner long term. I think a nice Duroc gilt. The white-legged boar pig there is another one that I saw out in the back last night and tried to figure out what he was. This one looks like just an awesome prospect. He takes as long of a stride out back as any of them we've got to see. He's got a great big arm. Another one that's just toe quality. Looks like he's not ever going to get you in a problem there. A tall-shouldered pig that comes with some look, comes with some shape and some stoutness. I think a good pair here.
Moyer's back in here with a pair of gilts. The dark cross gilt is 409 63-1. She's a buckle up on a backdrop dirty. The dam has a $55,000 play action board, genetic edge, and also the mom of the grand overall at Fulton County Fair in 23. And then the red boar pig here is tag 32. He's sired by Air on a Kraken Ribs Bomb Squad, litter mate to that red gilt that was just in out of the Prairie. Impressive red mama.
I know as we were sitting out there last night, Brock and I were sitting there when this belted gilt came through, and I gave him a little bit of a jab in the ribs and just told him to pay attention. And as we get out here, she gives me the same kind of feels. That thing's just look from the side is so captivating and so good. She just looks like a big ring show gilt. I love the way her tail sets on the top side of her hip there, and that thing's got a huge root. And you just study in on how stout she is there and her tail head. That tells the story for what that thing's going to look like big. I think if you're looking for a gilt, it's got just immense resale value as you get to show them and sell them again in March in this very building. Man, I think that one's got to get on your short list. I think that's a really elite kind of a gilt. Duroc male comes out here with a little extra stoutness about his jaw and his head. He's got a hind leg that matches that. Another one to be as stout as he is. I think still limber in the way that he moves. That pig's got muscle up high. He's got some width and power as he comes right at you. Leaves you with the same kind of width. And I think it's neat that this pig's width matches from his nose all the way back to his tail. I think everything just fits together real good in that red male.
Reynolds Farms in with tag 94. Dark cross bear here. 35-7. He's a wild ride on a backdrop.
Yeah, not a lot of notes here that Chad turned in online. I think that's okay. This pig doesn't need a big sales pitch. You get that thing out here, and his quality alone is going to make you drawn towards this one. And I tell you to look these guys up in the back. If you got any big questions about what this Sow or Sow family's accomplished, I tell you, he wouldn't have brought one that looked like this and been able to make one that looks like this unless it's got a very capable kind of a mama behind him. I think that pig's head and neck attachments is as unique as we've seen, just really clean from the blade forward, and you study this one from the top of his shoulder all the way back to his hip. He's real level, tons of shape running down this one's back. I mean, just the expression of his loin edge is as good as any of them. And then you just study some added values of having a little extra hair, having the right kind of length of body. I think that's just kind of modern day looking in his proportions. Comes with some extra fur, some extra look, extra back shape, all the things the cool kids talk about. I think this pig does very, very well. I think long term that's a good feeding project. It's probably pretty versatile If you've got an earlier show, you still need a little bigger kind of a pig to hit. I think he fits in that setting, but if you study in on him, he's got enough muscle you could hold him if you want to wait on him for a while. I think let the pig tell his own story of where he wants to show, but at the end of the day, I think going to have a very competitive project wherever this one drops out.
Dropping in now is Byers Farms, red boar here, lot 23, 37-7. He's a raise the bar on a hibachi set the curve sister. 37-7 is a full sieve to their Barrow battle entry at PT 23. They went on to be named 4th overall Duroc Barrow at 24 OYE. He is also a full sieve to the 5th overall Duroc Gilt at the 24 NJSA Winter National. Grand Am is a full sieve to set the curve and was named the Reserve Duroc Gilt at 22 in OYE, showed by Carson Osborne.
You know, this thing makes me want to buy red gilts and get in the Duroc business. This is an elite piece of livestock. I hope everyone sitting ringside takes just a little time and pays attention here, because you just don't get to see them that are this color, that look like this very often. We were fortunate enough to get to feed his full sib there for OYE last time. And, man, that was a pig we loved that got along all winter. But I hate to say anything negative about the pig we showed, but he didn't touch this one. And I know that one fed true, and that would just give me some buying confidence in this particular pig. They don't make them this color that have that kind of width in their chest, but yet stay inside their skeleton so true when they drive right at you. To have an arm and a foot that big, man, that pig still got cushion to his shoulder and his front knee. His front feet hit the surface so good, and I just think the length to his body is as close to ideal as you could ever make one. That pig's a unique one for me because he's long ahead of his blade. He's short and compact about the length to his spine, but yet he's still long out of the rear third of his body. I think that's a very special one. Like I say, I'm not really in the red hog business, even though my girls love them, but this is the kind that makes me want to buy some red gilts at the city and order some semen, because if you've got pigs coming out of a board that looks like that to this sale next year, you're fixing to get paid. I like that pig a great deal.
In next is Byers Farms out of Texas, lot 35, a dark cross boar pig. It's a 35-3, problem child on the backdrop. Mother was Grand Gilt at Dallas in 22 for the Kirkpatrick family. It's made multiple class winners and premium sale barrows in Texas in her first 3 litters.
Really good pig here that comes out that just looks like one that will be incredibly competitive. We got a big show in March here in this fairgrounds. Man, I think this pig fits the bill. That kind of look, color, and then just how comfy he is out back, the length and proportions it gives you from the side. That's an elite pig. I hope he gets a good home. He looks like he can hang a big banner.
Here's Biggs Livestock with lot 44, 23-5, a cover shot, no stranger. Mom is a first litter gilt and a litter mate to the $30,000 PT 22 boar pig. Deep litter are way in on this guy.
Yeah, I think this one fits the bill for the kind of pigs these guys normally drop out. One that's got some power and some stoutness and some width. Certainly one that just as you get on top of him, a lot of substance to him. Yet I think it's neat as you can watch this one in motion. He really travels a lot of ground out back and he's comfy up front. I think one that just gets out here and have that kind of muscle, that kind of look, and still be able to cover his track the way this one does. Obviously one you got to get on your list and try to feed.
pigs back in again with lot 45, 26-7. It's a heavy hitter on a kingpin. Same mom as Wild Card, their $40,000 23 PT boar that sold the premium blend.
Yeah, this one comes out here, and another one that just offers you just a real sporty kind of look from the side. And honestly, to be that tall-shouldered and have that kind of a look ahead of his blade, you wouldn't expect this pig to be as manly when he drives right at you as he is. It's hard to make them that are elevated yet still broad and opened up underneath wide at the ground. And that pig does that incredibly well. He's got some extra shape running down his top there. I think a pig that just gets out here with a unique kind of a presence, tons of width, tons of muscle, still gets around good. Really a neat kind of a belted hog.
Next in is Night Show Pigs with 3 entries here. We're going to start with the Gilt lot 456, 36-3, Picture Perfect, Buckle Up on the 2020. Picture Perfect on Wild Rides Full Sieve. Littermate sister to this sow would have been campaigned by the Stone family last fall and sold for $9,500 at the Texas Elite. These genetics are what they've been getting it done at the highest level for them. And then we have 178 and 179. 178 is the Boar Pig. He is 8 seconds on the next play, never before. Incredible 8 seconds litter out of a young sow they purchased as a little gilt from Canal, mate to their leadoff there at Kings 2. And then the dark cross Barrow is 179. That is a tricked out redemption cowboy swag. Awesome pig out of an awesome sow they bought from Andy Forehand. This sow would have had an $80,000 litter of next intentions 2 years ago. They went on to win 3 classes at Texas Majors.
Yeah, Camo's pigs come out here, and if I know anything about Cameron, he's a competitive dude, and he wouldn't bring a set of pigs to a pig sale unless he thought they were going to be the best ones at the sale. And I know he's got tons of confidence in these, and you can study in on them. I think the common denominator amongst the 3 is there's just a lot of quality here, and I think the build remains good in all of them. They look like pigs that are going to feed, but honestly, these things have got some extra bells and whistles. That traditional belted hog there to be one that'll class Hampshire real easy. Man, I think that pig's just got a real exotic kind of look and tons of stoutness. You put him into motion, and man, he utilizes his hip and his hind leg really well to be as stout and powerful as he is. I think for a pig that gets to show as a heavyweight Hampshire somewhere someday, man, that one's going to be real hard to turn. The dark cross pig here closest to me, that thing gives you just a little extra look from the side. Thing's pretty sporty just in the way that he gets out here and carries himself. You can tell he just kind of wants to be a show pig. That kind of color, that kind of head and neck. You get on top of him, he's so flat and square about his back, and one that's just so level from the top of his shoulder all the way back to his tail head. I know proportions is a word that we use a lot and throw around, but I do think that pig's proportions are right. He's long ahead of his blade, he's short spined, he's got some length out back. I think everything fits together. Height to length ratio is really, really good in that pig. This gilt looks like one that he should have probably kept and left at the house and tried to make some more show bears that look like this to bring here next year, but capitalize on his mistake, get her home, try to win a show, resell her someday, or breed her. Either way, she looks like she can make money.
Canisi Show Pigs drops in next. We're going to run out 3 of them here. The Chester Boar Pig, lot 123. That is a burner phone box office. Mom was the champion Chester Gilt at 21, San Antonio, and reserve supreme overall at Houston Gilt Show that same year. And we got our Berkshire Gilt there. That's lot 437. She is under the table on Just for Berks. Non-pedigreed Burke Gilt comes from one of the best litters they've had this summer and a very predictable winning sow family. And then we have the light cross boar pig there, lot 122. It's a Slim Shady on a wham. Sow was purchased from Lindner Show Pigs.
We can talk about these in show order. We'll start with this Berkshire colored gilt, and obviously that one does not come with a pedigree, but man, she'd be fun to tote around during the winter. There are not going to be a lot of Berkshires that can just beat that one on a jackpot trail because of her look and shape and the way that she utilizes her hind leg. I think that's a real sporty kind of a female that'd be a lot of fun to tote around during the wintertime. This Chester male comes out here, and obviously this firm just dominates the Chester ring on most years, and that pig comes out here with just an awesome look ahead of his blade. I love the way his back lays into him. You can just tell that pig's going to have a fat upper back someday. Hip and hind leg looks really good in that pig. To be as masculine and powerful as he is up high, I still think his look ahead of his blade is immature, and I think he's just built well to have that much shape. Man, I think long term that project's going to be awesome to look at. This white pig is one that I'm really drawn to, and I saw him running around in the back, and just the shape to that one's skull really speaks to me. You study in on how big his forearm and how good his front toes are, and man, it's hard to make them that are belted that have that kind of stoutness. That one's white and looks like that. I'd say that's a really good combination. A little extra fur there down low for the people that like that. I am one of those people that like that. I think that's a really neat kind of a show pig. Really good trio here. Good job, Russell.
Lindner Show Pig steps in next with a pair of them here. The dark cross male that's going out front there is tag 113. It's a wild ride, never before. A mom raised peacock. Also the reserve grand Angelo in 23 and a class winner San Antonio in 24. Then the dark cross gilt there is tag 434, a buckle up surge.
Really a good pair that these guys brought up here to Oklahoma City to sell this weekend. And the male pig there on the far side comes out, and that pig just from the side puts himself together incredibly well. I really like how stout-jawed that pig is and how wide he is between his ears, and to have that kind of stoutness about his mug. I still think he's really clean on the top side of his neck. His throat has absolutely no fat on it. And then you just study that pig from his shoulder back to his hip. I think that's the ideal kind of length of body for a modern-day show pig. Study him at the ground. I love the way his toes hit the surface. He's so square on the way that they hit, and everything's propped up really good in his lower joint work. I think that's a pig that looks like he'll feed incredibly well. This gilt comes out here, and man, she's one of the special ones we've got to look at today. You put that one in motion, and the way that she just reaches and bends out of her hind leg is as good as you can ever make one. I'd love to be able to just mass produce that kind of a hip and a hind leg, and I guess the quickest way to do that would be buy a female that looks like this. Man, I think she's special in the way that she's put together out back, and everything from there forward I think fits so well. Again, just the right kind of length of body, height the shoulders so good. She's incredibly level from her shoulder back, and I think just ahead of her blade still comes at you with just kind of a wild look. That thing's an incredible kind of a show gilt. Could be a great sow prospect as well. Really good pair here.
Burger Farms is next in with a pair of litter mates here. The belted boar pig we'll start with there in the middle is tag 43. That's a Playboy Keeping Secrets. The 70 litter is out of a second litter Keeping Secrets Rockstar sow that looks as promising as any. An incredible litter that has been well received. And then the litter mate gilt there, the female pig, is tag 414. Again, a Playboy Keeping Secrets.
A really good pair brought to you by a firm that I've got a lot of respect for. These guys have been making winning show pigs for a long time, and the thing that I think is cool about their pigs is they've always got a pretty similar kind of look to them. They're going to bring you pigs that have got the right kind of length of body, big bones, and tons of extras. What I think really sets this pair apart is just the look that they give you from the side. It is so modern and so sporty. I think as you study on this pair, these things have got all the extras, yet still get out here. Man, this male can boogie out back. I think to be as compact as he is, to be as stout as he is, man, he's still loose in the way that he hinges off both ends. I think that pig has got some staying power. I think you could show him whenever you want it, but also I think you could utilize that one to breed sows because he has got some very far-reaching pieces. I don't know if we've seen very many that are that compact about their body length, but are still that extended from the blade forward. Another one that's just lower joints are so good. I like that pig a great deal. This gilt comes out here, and she's wanting to be just a little cantankerous, so I tell you to go find her in the back. That one's got tons of quality, though. Really shapely, really good looking. Another one that comes out here, she's wide off both ends, but yet I think tracks true and square as we get her out here and get her into motion. Really good pair here that Berger brought.
Sanders Show Pigs drops in next, and we'll start here with this dark cross gilt, tag 425. She is a wide awake, rightfully so. Mother won Team Purebred Sweet Peach Regional and won a pile of jackpots last winter in Ohio, shown by the Dorr family. And then we got tag 76, the belted cross boar pig. Again, another wide awake, rightfully so.
Really a good pair of litter mates here, and I'd say study in on the pedigree here first off. I mean, this wide awake deal has been so good, and it's not going anywhere. And what I really like on the pedigree is the rightfully so deal here on the bottom side. There's been a lot of good pigs shown in our state that were rightfully so's or were out of rightfully so sows. So I know there's a lot of feeding potential just on paper, and then as you study in on the pigs, you can obviously tell they're mates. Lots of similarities between them. I think if you just look at the shape to their skulls, these pigs are stout. They got a neat look in terms of just the combination of being stout skulled, still having a little extension and some presence to them. These pigs are big hind-legged. They got big backs, big cages. Say study in on them in the back, get them out, ask questions. These are the kinds that look like they can go on and be really successful long term. A good way to start here on DJs.
Drop the final one from Sanders Show Pigs back in. A white light cross boar pig here, sired by Slim Shady. On the top that, Rockstar Sow, tag 77. Again, the mom is the mate to Shelby Martin's Barrow. She campaigned last summer.
Another Slim Shady pig, and he's represented well at the perfect timing. The boar that Recites raised is sold here a year ago, and boy, that pig was good last time, and it's neat to see that he generated pigs that look like him in terms of just stoutness and just shortness of body, roundness of rib. Get this pig out here, and obviously he's got a little ear that's a little bit distracting, but get him on show side here. Man, he's got a neat look still and a good silhouette, got a big cage, got a great big hip working in him. Pig's got big toes and a stout arm. I think this pig comes out here. Man, he's one of the stouter white ones you'll get to look at. Really good pig to round off DJ's set.
High Point Genetics drops out next with a pair of them. We'll start with that dark cross boar pig, tag 124. That's a beast mode prime cut. And then we got a dark cross gilt here, tag 438. It's a wide awake, no introduction. The sow is Beast Mode's mother.
I know we're trying to hustle up just a little bit to make sure that we're not running behind on some other events for today. But, man, we should just take a little time and study in on this pair. This Gilt's one of the more intriguing females that's going to get to walk through this little preview today. Man, I think that thing is just joint work out back, and how comfortable she is and the way that her rear leg hits the surface is awesome, especially to be that stout. It's hard to make them with a hind leg that big that still goes straight forward. I really like the way her rear toes hit the surface. She's got some bend and some flex there. Really a gilt that just grabs the surface and drives off of it well. You get on top of this thing, and boy, she's got the big back and the round cage. I think her look from the side is still so good. She looks like a generator to me. That's the kind you want to take home, you want to make a sow out of. She's obviously got the lineage behind her to make you think that she could be a boar maker. Boy, I think that gilt's very special. This belted male, wanted to give him just a minute to try to get his life together. He maybe didn't want to just come out here and drive quite as good, but boy, study in on that pig. He is a tall-shouldered one that's incredibly right, and just the length to his spine. He's a long-hipped kind of a pig. You step in behind that one, he's dead square, pin hawk to ground. He's got a big arm working in him and a modern-day kind of look from the side. That pig is going to feed. He's going to work. I'd have a lot of confidence in buying that one and taking him home and putting him to work. I think a really good pair here.
High Point again back in with a pair of belted boar pigs. Tag 125, the front one there, and then tag 126. 125 is a beast mode all out. The sow is Oreo's sister. And tag 126, a beast mode prime cut.
I love that these guys had enough confidence in beast mode to just hammer down breeding him and bring you pigs out of different litters, all sired by a boar that is going to make a splash here in the next 6 months. I'd say, boy, these pigs are good. We've got to look at a lot of beast modes in our state, and these pigs have just got a lot of quality to them, but yet they still look like pigs that are going to feed, even though they've got some extras in terms of stoutness and width. You look at this pair, and this white-legged one comes out here with just maybe a little more look. The more traditional belted one there is probably just a little stouter. I'd say buy the kind you like to feed, but I think both of these pigs have got a lot of feedability to them. This white-legged one's one I saw last night that really hit me hard, and I maybe didn't notice this belted one as much, but, man, get him out here, and he takes an incredibly long step out back. He's really stout. You get on top of him, that thing's cage is as big as any. I like this pair a great deal.
Trogdon's in next with a trio here. We'll start with that Berkshire Barrow pig up front. That is tag 97. It's tag 98. So we Wintex 230, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes dam is the Grand Dam of the Supreme Guild at Houston, Reserve Supreme at Fort Worth, Reserve Burke at Angelo, 6th overall Burke Guild at OIE, and a popular and off the chains boar at Laird's. Then we have tag 96 and 97 belted boar pigs. Tag 96 is a cover shot prime cut. Prime cut sow was 11th overall at Nail. Believe in Me Grand Dam 1 OIE. Undisputed Great Grand Dam is the litter mate to In-Game's mom. That was champion Division 2 at OIE. Solid Monster Great Grand Dam raised grand at OIE in 2015. And then the tag 97 belted one is a Breathtaker In-Game. Dam is In-Game on Bell Money's sister, bought from the Hofschulte crew, won multiple jackpots on the Illinois circuit.
Yeah, we can talk a little, talk these in show order as well. This Berkshire pig's a neat way to start talking about theirs. You get on top of that thing, man, he's beefy about his upper back, and the spread to his cage is good. Pig's got a big hind leg. As he comes at you, it's a good chested hog that's stout-skulled. I think feeding Berkshire pigs for March, that's probably one to get on the short list. The Hampshire classifying pig here closer to me, I'd say that one's dual purpose, and he's obviously bred that he could be a herd boar for you, or, man, you could cut that one and try to win a big big one. He's stout. Really, really big when you get on top of him. Probably is just massive on the upper portion of his cage as any of them we've got to look at coming and going. Man, that thing's broad underneath. He's got a great big hind leg that bends very appropriately. I think that's a big league kind of a pig there in the tag 97. This chromed up one here, this 96, he comes out, and I'm drawn to that one's type and kind all day. That's the kind of pigs we like to try to show. That thing's tall-shouldered. He's got big arms. He's got a good look. His ability to motor out of his hind leg, I think it's very good, and he doesn't sacrifice width when you watch him come and go. To have that kind of look, those kind of proportions from the side, and still open up wide coming and going, those are the kind that get to take pictures at the backdrop at big shows. I think a really neat one there in 96.
Weimer Show Pigs drops in next, and Jaden's brought a trio of them here, and we'll start with that gilt that he's on. That's tag 423. She's a Thunder on an ACDC. Thunder boar would be a buckle-up son that they bought at Perry this last year that about 90% of their live sale pigs have been out of. They know this is a very bold statement. This might be one of the very best gilts they've ever offered in a long time. Then we run into a pair of belted boar pigs. Again, they are both sired by Thunder on ACDC sows. The tag 75 is the dark one. And again, the light cross is tag 74. The tag 74's mom is out of the 25 ACDC daughters they've kept. By far one of the most impressive and excited start their herd around that one's mom.
Again, I think it's neat when show pig breeders have got conviction, and these guys found them a boar they liked, and they went crazy breeding their sows to them. And I think it's awesome when guys do that, and I think it's neat when it works out for them. You study in on these pigs; they're all very similar in the look that they give you from the side. I think these pigs are compact about their body length. I think they're sharp-headed, and then as you put them into motion, I think they've all got some comfort out back. You can go study in and find the one that you like out of the set. But man, these pigs look like they're going to feed. I think maturity is so good. It is a very, very long time till March still. I know these pigs aren't as big as some we've got to look at today, but check your calendar before it's time to start bidding. I think we've got plenty of time to make these the size they need to be. I think a really good set here that they bring you.
Well, we got the Kilmer consignments here as we keep rolling on through this preview. The gilt, dark cross gilt there that Jim would be, or excuse me, that Kyle is driving right here across the center of the ring. A caught napping on a next play, never before. Gilt would be a littermate to our Boars at fall at Duncan that was bought by Knauf and Olson for $22,000. Mom was a bred gilt purchased last year out of the all-in bred gilt sale. She was one that Everhart family showed. And then the 132, which would be the dark cross boar pig here that Jim's on. Wide awake on a 99 problems. Rumor has it sow. Said this would be out of the popular gilt that was shown last winter by the Bell family in Indiana that several guys tried to own and Jim retained.
Well, really nice pair here that Jim brings us, and I think just to talk about them first, I mean, I think as a pair, those two represent what Kilmers do in terms of just comfort, build, look, presence, and yet I think both of those represent some extras in terms of just their extra density at the ground, their comfort level, their squareness, shape, and just look like they got the right kind of maturity pattern. That gilt looks like a good big ring gilt to me that's could be ultra competitive come March here in terms of just height of shoulder. She's extended where she needs to be, but yet she's still got some rib cage, some width, squareness, and density at the ground. Barrow's one that looks like he's got a wide feeding window there as well, or a boar pig there, I guess I should say. One that, once again, stoutness at the ground, look and presence up front. I think a really neat pair there from the Kilmer firm.
Well, as we bring the Trace crew in here, which one you got, Nate? 134, and we're just going to run him by himself. So 134 would be a snap that on a Stay Classy timber sow. The lot description said sired by the snap that boar, sold here last year for $180K to PBG. Mom's second litter. In her first litter, she produced Magic Man at PBG.
Well, as we start the Trace consignments here, I think one you certainly need to step up and take notice of. I mean, that thing pokes his nose through the gate down here, and that is a stout mug and a neat head shape, but yet he's really good in terms of his neck attachment and his jawline, big and square in his chest, big at the ground, but yet still strong in his front feet, and yet you get off to the side of him in the proportions, and he grabs the gear. That thing's got next-level Barrow pieces and yet far-reaching boar pieces all at the same time. I think that's a very, very intriguing show pig here to start the Trace consignments.
As Jake brings out 135 here, sire Snap That on a tricked out Romeo sow. Here again, sired by the Snap That boar, sold here last year for $180K to PBG. Mother was Supreme Overall Gilt at 2023 OIE, bred by the Colson Ranch. And we got the Gilt as well. Blake snuck out on me there. We got a Snap That tricked out Stay Classy Gilt. Mom is a litter mate to the 2023 Reserve Grand Barrow at San Antonio and the 2023 Reserve Champion Cross at Houston.
Obviously two different sizes here, and then different people may be looking different places as we start, but I can promise you one thing: I don't think there's probably one as burly and dense in terms of his skeleton and dense in terms of his hair, and when you get right up on the top of him is what this chromed up boar pig is out here that drives out. I think one that's incredibly proportional in terms of height of shoulder in relation to his length of body, gets out and goes and levels out in his spine and takes a big step behind. That thing's awfully intriguing. I think, one that probably was brought here with a purpose from the standpoint of probably keeping his seeds. I think an awfully neat pig there. Little Gilt's one that certainly you got to sit up and take notice of, though, as well, because that is a neat looking thing that's got elite level presence from the side. She's as good and square and true in her skeleton as anything. Extra shape up high. Fed that one's his mama's mate brother, and that thing was fun, and that one there is awfully neat and resembles that pig an awful lot at this stage of life. I think that's an awesome pair there.
Okay, as we get into the Riggs Thurston consignment, here we got a trio coming out here. The male hog is tag 154. Blowing Smoke on a 12-4 Punisher, a never before sow. Mother of the 26-6, which is this hog, is a littermate to the Reserve Grand Gilt at Indy in 2022, and out of the same never before sow that raised our PT Barrow in 22 that went on to be the champion lightweight other cross at Houston, as well as Great White standing at Schaefer's. Mom of 26-6 raised our Grand Gilt at Madison County in her first litter. Got a pair of gilts here. 448 would be a Blowing Smoke. Punisher sow, be a litter mate, I believe, Kyle, to the Barrow there. The tag 449 would be a blown away, tricked out Punisher, never before. Mother of 28-3 was the Grand Gilt at Madison County in 23. Indiana there. Grandma would be the mother of 3 26-litter Blowing Smoke pigs.
Start with the boar pig there, and that is a round-bodied, square-built, dent skeleton one that's got the right kind of length of body. I think one that looks like he's got very, very good potential from a standpoint of a show barrow. Got a wide feeding window in terms of just his height to length ratio combined with his density. Neat pig there. The pair of gilts come in maybe a little different fashion, and you may have a favorite one versus the other. The blue-eyed gilt there that Kyle's on, boy, that one's extra dense at the ground. Got a big skull, big cage. She's big and square up high, and yet maintains it all the way to the surface. Still extra loose and bendy in terms of her rear leg. The blue gilt here is one that grabs your attention when she cocks her head and goes across the side. She can get out and grab the surface as well as anything. She's got big, strong, square toes, got a square hip, an extra neat look. Very, very high quality gilt that looks like one for that light cross division come March. Could be very intriguing. Neat trio here from the Riggs firm, sorry.
As we start into the true consignment here, Dane's going to drive tag 432 out here to us. Smash hit, quite frankly, Kingpin Red Alert. Mom was raised by Heimers and was purchased for $130,000 at Perfect Timing in 2022.
Well, if the word quality doesn't come to mind when this one first eases through the gate over here, I don't think we're on the same page. Because I mean, you start just in terms of skin and hair presentation and talk about skeletal quality, and just one that looks expensive in terms of her height of shoulder in relation to her length of body, her shape up high. She's burly and big at the ground. That one's got an awfully neat look, and wants the one that, like I said, as soon as her nose comes through the gate, she grabs your attention, holds it, and just does awfully neat things and combines a lot of neat things. Very, very neat kind of a gilt there to start from the True Firm.
Well, as we drive the pair of boar pigs out here from True, certainly hogs that have already had plenty of exercise here in the back of the barn and got plenty of friends already, and rightfully so. A pair of litter mates, tag 108 would be 51-4, be a ruthless, tricked out, never before. And with his litter mate 51-2 is tag 109. Which one do you got, Dane? Which one do you got? Okay, Dane's on 109 there, getting ready to turn the corner and head back the other way. Mom was raised by Tres Amigos and was purchased for $18,000 at Perfect Timing in 2022. Mom was the 8th Dark Cross at OYE in 2023, shown by Dax Inman. Grandma is the never before 3510 Eclipse sow at Trace.
I was just I was fortunate enough to be standing back here by the wash rack when Dane brought these two back there earlier and brought them out. And I'll be honest with you, these two hit me as hard as anything that I've had the opportunity to see to this point. I haven't seen them all, but these two are pretty special, and I think they're a little different depending upon what exactly you want to do and what your intentions are. Show bear, a boar, whatever it might be. I think the opportunities are endless with that pair. I mean, those things are very, very elite in terms of their look and their presence, and that's just the beginning of it as you take them at the ground and you study them in terms of their density of skeleton, the way they use their hind leg, and just their flexness, their flexibility and looseness, but yet still being big and strong in their front toes and front foot. They got elite level look. They're square. They're genuine. Look like incredible pair there from True. Excited to see where those two end up.
As we start into the Boble consignment, we have tag 69 here, notch 70-3, sires out for blood on a proposal never before sow. Sow raised New Era, the $100,000 purchase by PBG at the 2024 Bobles farm sale. Grandma would be the Drake Fletcher sow that was grand overall at the 2020 American Royal.
Hampshire classifying boar pig comes out, and man, it's fun to sit up here and be able to watch these things, and you drop out 3 of them in a row here that represent this kind of quality and this kind of presence. And this out for blood deal's been extremely good, and I think this one represents what those things are extremely good at in terms of length of hip, bend, and flex to the rear leg. Look, presence, the right kind of maturity pattern, but yet combining that with just extra feature and extra density. That thing is a man coming at you in terms of the base of his chest and his arm and the way his front foot hits the surface. He's big and square up high. He's got muscle. He's ready right now, but looks like one that's got the right kind of maturity pattern to continue and feed and just continue to get better. Another very, very neat show pig there from Boble.
As we start into the Ogle consignment, he brings us some different flavors here. Start with the blue gilt down there that Vinny's on. Would be tag 461, blowing smoke on a Tarantino sow. Tag 204 would be the Duroc boar pig, jaws on a creation. Dam recently raised the reserve Duroc Barrow at Dallas, shown by Grant Lackey. Grand Dam was champion Duroc and 3rd overall at the Indiana State Fair in 2021. And then tag 205 would be the belted cross boar on the far side that Mr. Jonke's driving. Money's on, top shelf.
several different flavors to discuss here, and Brandon actually accidentally sent me a picture of this blue gilt the other night, and I hadn't given him a chance to get the opportunity to give him a hard time, but she's better in person than her picture, buddy. I think that thing's awfully neat. That is a very dense critter in terms of chest and blade and body shape, bone at the ground, fit size, skull. I think that one's awfully neat. In that light crossbred division or any crossbred division for that one looks like a very, very good show gilt, and yet one, too, that could go home and probably make an even better sow, just in terms of what she represents and the upside that she could potentially inject as you go forward there. The red boar pig going across the middle there now, that is a loose, very pliable skeleton with a good rib cage. Got the right kind of shape, muscle, maturity pattern at this stage for a red one. Looks like he's got some versatility maybe in where that thing needs to feed. If you're still looking for one that can maybe feed into February as a lighter weight type deal, he probably fits that. Or I think one that can make a great big one there come OYE, Houston, Austin time frame. I think a very nice kind of red show bearer there. That little belted one's intriguing. I mean, that thing's loose and flexible. Got a really good length of hip and bend to his hind leg. Got a neat look up front, and yet combines it with the right kind of length of body. Real good trio there from Ogle.
A new consigner to the show pig industry here. Hadn't won much yet, but they're trying very, very hard. Lackey Livestock here with a belted boar pig, 140-5. It'd be tagged 160. Be a tripod lighthouse. And I guess we're going to go ahead and bring the red one there. Vinny's on as well. Belted boar pig is, like I said, a tripod lighthouse. His sire tripod was housed at Lackey Livestock. He was a CC76 backdrop life sentence. That life sentence sow, grandma is on both sides of his pedigree. She's responsible for Cliff's champion dark cross at San Antonio 2 San Antonios ago. The red boar pig is a limited edition piranha out of a deep litter, exciting first litter sow. Sold mates as leadoff lot in the Lackey Livestock Customer Appreciation Sale.
Well, good pair here from my buddy Jason, and I think Rhett's done a good job getting these things broke, it looks like. But start talking about that red one, because that one's very intriguing. The limited edition deal's been very good, and I think that one there is once again, in terms of proportions, skeletal build, and function, and how that thing's put together, he's awfully neat. Square in his chest, good in his knee, good in his front foot. Got the right kind of density in terms of body shape and muscle up high. I think that's a very good red one that once again represents a feeding window there that can suit a lot of different buyers. The wide belted boar pig there, another one that when you think about Lackey pigs, he represents that in terms of bone and density and body shape and function. One that's got a lot of neat things about him. One that looks like he can cruise on in there to March and make a very competitive dark crossbred show bearer there. Good pair from Lackey.
Well, as we start into Cajun Row here, Fontenot's are going to bring us lot 89. Be a left behind on a come and see sow would be their belted dark cross boar hog consignment.
Well, John's got a history of bringing some really good ones to perfect timing, and sold a couple boar hogs through this ring for lots of money. One of them would be this one's daddy last year that unfortunately I would say we lost too early, because those pigs look like the right kind. They got the right length of body. They're built like this guy in terms of bone and density and flexibility. Got the right kind of muscle to be ones that look good early but are even better late. I think that one's proportions is just density in the mid part of his body is really good. I like his skeleton. I like his look up front. Really neat belted boar pig there from the Fontenot firm.
Go further into Cajun Row here. We'll have Rutledge Reds, and Beanie brings us a pair of Duroc Boar pigs here. Tag 181, which would be closest to the camera there. The smaller hog is a Fireball on a main drag, main character sow. Tag 182 would be the bigger hog there. Shots Fired on a Holy sow. Shots Fired is a boar housed at Burger Farms that we purchased. He's a backfire green bottles last drop. The 45 litter has been one of the best litters we've raised thus far. 3 litter mates sold very well in earlier sales. The Alliance for $10,000, King's 2 for $5,250, and Lackey's Customer Appreciation sale for $2,000.
Always enjoy the visits with Beanie, and Beanie brings us a very good pair here, and a couple different flavors depending upon which kind you like and which kind you like to feed. I think you could get on board here with one or the other of these. The bigger boar pig going across the middle right now is one that sure got a like for his looseness and his height of shoulder, his look and his presence and build, but yet he's still got good spread and good shape and muscle. The little guy, boy, that's a boxy, dense one in terms of chest and blade and body shape. Still uses his hind leg well. Very good pair there. Obviously different windows and maybe where they end up, but a nice pair there from Beanie.
As we continue down into the Cajun consignments just a little bit, we have lots 86 and 87 would be 2 Berkshire boar pigs. Lot 86, I believe, is the hog trailing the other one right now. Off the chain, jet black, shattered. 24 litter mother would be the Grand Burke Gilt at Expo in 2022. Her first litter raised the Grand Burke at LSU in 24 and the Grand Burke at the Central District in Oklahoma in 24. Grandmother is the mother of the Grand Gilt at Expo in 22. Third overall Division 4 Burke Gilt, Expo in 23, and recently the Reserve Supreme Grand Gilt at the State Fair of Texas in 24. As we go to lot 87, which would be the one in the middle of the ring there right now, off the chain, shattered. Mother to the Grand Burke Gilt at Expo in 22, third Division 4 Burke Gilt at Expo in 23, and recently the Reserve Supreme Gilt at the State Fair of Texas.
That's a lot of winning that Brett just read off there, and the Rocca firm is one that's known for making some of these things, and some of the most intriguing big Berkshires that I've seen over the last several years. You ask where they're from, and a lot of times they are coming from Roccas, and I think this pair represents that well. They look like good feeding hogs that once again have a wide window of where you could potentially feed them to, but I think a pair that you really got to appreciate for center body shape, just mass and dimension and squareness off of both ends, and yet they're still comfortable. I think a very good pair there that Rocca brings us look like good feeding pigs.
Okay, as we get into the S squared consignment, this will be lot 424, be a dark cross gilt. This gilt will be a full sib to the popular 18 litter last summer that consisted of Sailor Salmon's Reserve Division 2 Dark Cross Barrow at Fort Worth and Roxton Stone popular class winner at Houston. Very best gilt we have had to offer, maybe ever will offer. Pretty bold statement.
And I think she hits the ring and definitely backs it up. I mean, that one's got some very out there, big league type pieces. And, the first thing that certainly grabs your attention is just where her neck sits and how extended she is from there forward, and yet still has a stout yet feminine skull and jawline as you study her there. And yet from there back, she opens up so well in terms of blade and chest and body shape. She's got the big sharp edges up high that we all like to see when it comes time to feed these things and try to max them out, make them look right. And yet her hind leg still hinges, and as she uses it well, you step in behind her, she's square in terms of her hock, she's good there in terms of her bone, and one that I think just represents some very, very unique look. Looks like a great jackpot gilt, but yet one that still has the right maturity to be a good big one. Makes some very, very unique pieces there as you put her into the sow lot as well. Really good one there from S Squared.
Well, the music in the background would fit the guy who we're coming into here next, the K&M Show Pigs. Which ones do we have here, guys? The two boar pigs. So we would have 266, 267. Willie and crew bring us here. 266 would be closest to the camera, Todd says. Looks like they're litter mates. Anything goes on a buckle up. First litter gilt that had a very successful jackpot career last winter. Multi-time breed champion. The Gabby Anthony exhibited. Grandma of the 37 litters raised the reserve barrow a couple years ago at Coba. Proven sow line. Willie likes these a great deal.
I think a very, very good pair here that Willie and Austin bring us, and I think a pair that you can tell they're litter mates as you study them. They got their same kind of look, same kind of presence, same kind of proportions stepping behind them, and that is a big, square, very good pin set, and yet their stifle joint, their hock, their rear foot, and everything just stays so in line and square, loose, and pliable in terms of how they're put together. They've got some far-reaching pieces in terms of look and presence, but yet combine it with a very functional, very good kind of skeleton and rib cage. I think a very good pair there. The narrower belted one on the far side's probably one comes just a notch heavier duty in terms as you study him at the ground, but that's getting awful critical there. I think that's a pair there that are very, very good, that are very, very similar. Neat pair there that Willie K brings us.
As we drop in the littermate gilt, her lot number will be 804. Once again, first litter gilt had a successful career last winter, shown by Gabby Anthony. Grandma of these 37s raised the reserve barrow a couple years ago at Coba. I'll let Todd talk about this gilt.
Well, obviously, one, it's not just wanting to show off for the masses here, and probably need to go back and be able to look her up there in the back, because I think as she comes in and follows type and kind with what her brothers did that were just out here, same look, same build, same proportions in terms of how she's put together, one that's stout but yet looks like a lady in terms of her look and her presence up front, extra functional in her skeleton. And one thing you can say for sure, outside of a show career, that one looks like one that could probably go back and make a very good sow and represent a lot of quality, put you that much ahead of the game when you step in next year with ones out of her. I think a very, very nice gilt there from Willie K and Austin. Once again, mate to those two bears. Good to see three of them all come from one litter. The look with that kind of look, quality, and just similarities. Very, very good trio.
As we start into the MC3 wards, show pigs consignment, we have tag 197. Would be a Yorkshire boar pig with a sire with an awesome name, Ricky Bobby. Back on the sow being a next on deck. She would be a full sib to the champion York Barrow at OIE in 2024. The 17 litter has by far been the most popular litter we have had on the farm this year. These two Rickies have been standouts from the get-go. 17.5 has always been extremely special. Boar Barrow, your choice. Mother is a full sib to Cutter Ward's champion York Barrow at OIE in 24.
Well, probably not much else to say there than what they already probably described him as, but I can say one thing for certain. These of this particular color, looks like we've got a deep set of them at this particular sale, and those things have been as hard to find through this buying period as what I think they ever have. And this one probably is as intriguing as several of them, as any of them that I've seen. I think that one's awfully neat. I love that one's skeleton. I love his hip and hind leg, his density. He's got furry legs. He's got the big terms that everybody likes to talk about in terms of sharp edges, but I think he does it in a very functional, complete type package, and complete's not necessarily a bad word like some folks say it is. I think that's a very, very good show pig here that represents this firm very well. Once again, that's tag 197.
Yeah, paint that one any color. He's just dang good stock. Looks like we got tag 200 coming in. Is that right, young lady? Okay. Get to the sheet here. Okay, another Yorkshire Barrow that would be out in front. To the far end of the ring would be tag 200. That would be a next on deck big ticket. Litter mate to the champion York Gill at Tulsa State Fair in 22. This guy is very intriguing in the Deer to Yorkshire division. Next on deck produced the champion York Barrow at OIE in 24. Mother is a mate to the champion Yorkshire Gill at Tulsa in 22. 198 would be the Blue Hog out of the great Ricky Bobby Boar there again. Next on deck. And we talked about the 17 litter there just a little bit earlier, has been one of the most popular litters on the farm. 17.6 has always been short backs, shaggy and big-legged. Mother is a full sib to Cutter Awards champion York Barrow at OIE in 24. And the belt is 199. So the belted Barrow would be a money line. Next on deck, guy's been our pick for a while, they say, ever since he was in the crate. All the extras you want in one. He's maxed out. Looks like he could be fun in March.
Another good trio here from Ward, and that Blue Barrow comes in as a mate to that white boar pig that we just had out here just a second ago, and he's built a lot like him, probably one that's even just a touch shorter backed in terms of how he's put together. Still the same kind of skull, bone, feature, like a very, very good pig. Just a blue package there, fits that light crossbred division extremely, extremely well, I would say there. The solid white boar pig here, I think, once again, body shape, width, squareness, right kind of length of body, good dimension to his hip. Very, very good, high-quality Yorkshire-type show pig there. Then the little belted one comes in a little greener fashion, but that one's still wide where he needs to be, still dense at the ground in terms of his bone and feet. He can get out and go and take a big step off of his rear, too. One that looks like he's got a great future ahead of him. Good trio here once again from Ward.
Okay, as we get into the Foot Farms consignment here, F squared, if you will, Jason brings a couple different flavors here. The gilt that the young lady on the far side of the ring will be driving is a White Lie box office up on blocks. White Lies is a white crossbred boar at our place that had a heck of a run last year. Chester Sow is box out, full sib. Sold 2 mates to the gilts, to this gilt for Boars. One for $17,000 at Foot Farms farm sale, number 2, and the boar pig there that Jason would be driving is a beat it up shaggy best man. Beat it up as a $17,000 baby pig purchase from Wisehoon. Wham, let the beat build's mother raised the reserve grand at New Mexico State Fair this year.
Well, maybe not the color that we would have necessarily expected Foot to drop in here at perfect timing, but I think the quality certainly is, and had the opportunity to see those 2 boar pigs that were mates to this down-eared white gilt, and I know she doesn't necessarily come with a pedigree, but I think if you line that one up and show her every weekend here over the course of the winter, I think you could end up with a pretty good pile of hardware. One that's just extra dense and burly at the ground and yet still loose and flexible in terms of how she's put together. Has a neat look, one that I think represents a lot of good things there. Then you get the white boar pig over here, and that is a stout mug, a big arm, and a big fat rear leg. He's fast too, obviously, here. If Jason could keep up, you could see that one's still square and true in terms of how he's put together. Got good shape up high. Really good pair here. Different flavors, obviously. Pick them how you like them. I think that Chester gilt, or Chester appearing gilt, could be very intriguing, very fun to show this winter.
Okay, well, as Natalie enters into the Hofschulte consignment here, she brings you tags 462 and 463 with some good showmen to help her out here. These would be litter mates. Which one are you on, Natalie? Natalie's on 462 in the middle of the ring. Young ladies are bringing 463 with a little more painted up one there. Surrounded on a Hero Come Together sow. Mother made the $9,000 male that sold at the established West Coast. Goes on to have a successful show career in California. Grandmother is a foundation here at HG. She made the 5th overall cross gild at OIE in 2020. Reserve gild at Oklahoma State Fair in 22. Reserve to our cross barrel at Houston in 22.
Well, the Hofschulte family is certainly synonymous with winning here in the state of Oklahoma and across the country. And I think this pair of gilts represent a ton of quality. And I think they're hogs that look like they're ready to go out and go and show right now. But yet I think, once again, ones that look like they got the right kind of maturity pattern to be very, very good big ones that can be ultra competitive. I think a pair that are very similar. Belted gilts one is just true and square and good in terms of her body, and yet still got a very neat look. Love that one's bend to her hind leg and just how loose and flexible she is. Chromed up gilt, maybe just that much more intriguing up front, and still got the same kind of body shape, still same kind of looseness and flexibility. Extra good pair there that I think represents the Hofschulte firm extremely well.
Further into the Hofschulte consignment, tag 207 with the dark cross boar pig here. Whacked out Godfather trumpet. Mother produced the $10,000 barrel we sold to Holy Smokes to the Riggins crew in Texas. Grandmother would be a mate to the Grand at Tulsa State Fair in 2020. This line goes back to the mother of Quite Frankly and No Stranger. What else we got out here? 208 would be the white one that Chris is on. Would be a Surrounded on the Process Awestruck. Mother was a champion Yorkshire and 3rd overall at AYE in 22. And would we have a dark cross gilt? Be tagged 464, whacked out, never before Hero. Grandmother produced the Reserve Grand Gilt at the Royal in 23.
Well, another good trio, and once again, lots of different flavors there. We'll talk about the white one here because he's closest to me, and I think one that, once again, just in terms of body shape, width, squareness, flexibility, proportionality, I think a very good one that looks like you could feed extremely well to March shows there, fit into that light middleweight type deal there. I think a very, very high quality Yorkshire show bearer there. And then, yeah, the gilt here is another one that comes across. I think as we talked about in that last pair of gilts that came from Hofschulte there. I think she represents that same skeletal build and quality look ahead of her blade with body shape and muscle. And then the belted boar pig here was the first one to come out in this particular group, and he's probably a little more out there in terms of just his proportions, his look and presence up ahead of his blade. Got a tremendously big square hip when you step in behind him as well, and yet still hinges loose and square in terms of how he gets out and goes. Another really, really good trio here that represent a ton of quality.
Some fellow Illini coming in the ring here with his Red Hog consignments next. Bedeker brings us lot 115, which would be the boar pig that Bryce is on here. Born this way on a work of art. Hunter there up there would have the gilt. Would be a 54 liter. Her tag's 435. Limited edition hibachi drop zone.
Well, the Bedecker firm always does an incredible job, and I think their red ones are extremely high quality, and I think these two represent what they do so well in terms of just those things being so good in terms of their look and their presence. You got to love them in terms of how their neck attaches and what their extension is up front, especially that boar pig that Bryce is on there. Man, that thing draws up extremely good in terms of his silhouette and still comes at you with a good arm and a big chest, good rib cage, and hinges loose behind. That one's got a very, very unique and intriguing look, and what you want to do with him in terms of show bearer or boar, I think he's got some different things about him that represent could be competitive in either venue. I think that's a very, very good show pig there. The gilt comes with one with a little more punch up high at this particular stage. That thing's got a big rolled up back and a good rib cage and a big hip when you step in behind her, but yet still represents the same skeletal quality and look and presence as what the boar pig does. Like a very good pair there from Bedecker.
Well, Dude Staten brings us a pair here as he comes in and shocks the world that he's driving Poland hogs. But he's on the gilt here, tag 452. Would be a head start on an all due respect sow. Until this weekend, we have only offered one female privately or publicly, he says. When you get invited to be a part of the elite sales like PT, you have to offer your best. This gilt is right up there with the caliber of the one that is the very best we have ever sold. She's got all the pieces and genetics to go on and win and resell in March for a ton of value, quote unquote, from Dude Staten. Lot 164 is an OG. Pardon the interruption. Gotta love the off-the-wall mating comes together, he says. In an effort to go to the extreme, we used OG at Colson's to try to make show barrows that can not only win in their breed, but go beyond that. We mated them knowing PT was going to be their sale destination.
Since we brought her out first, we'll talk about that Poland gilt first. And I think one that maybe tags wanted to bother her there just a little bit, but I think skeletal build and functions extremely good in body shape. I think Dude said it best in terms of how that thing's put together. I think one that has a lot of value come March, and in the meantime, between now and then, I think one that could certainly carve a wide swath as she went and was able to hit the jackpot ring and do a lot of different things there. Little Bear is very intriguing, and if you don't know that OG boar here in the state of Oklahoma, you've probably been living under a rock, because I think that thing's done as much winning as anything, especially as you talk about across different breeds. And I think that one for a Poland show bearer there that probably wouldn't need much help from a classification standpoint, whether you showed him here or showed him in Texas. I think one that represents a lot of quality in terms of density at the ground, squareness of build, right kind of maturity pattern. Looks like one that fits that March time frame extremely well. Good pair here from Staten.
As we bring out the bull rider from the Great White North here, Zach Schwecke brings in, which one are you on, Zach? 269, he says. Would be a wide awake My Intentions dark cross boar pig, full sib to our 4th overall breeding guild to Minnesota State Fair 4-H show. Bred the same as our favorite boar we have, and bred more sows to him than ever before by the name of Trust Fund. This one has been one of our favorite pedigrees on the south side with my King of the Hill on Blurred Vision. Big fan of this one, says the bull rider. Tag 270, which would be another dark cross boar pig, which I assume is the young lady right here in front of us. All mine on, or excuse me, game time on an all mine. Zach has loved this one for a long time, he says. All mine, rusty cage female out of a great litter. We kept 2 of these females back and sold 5 others that went on to have successful show careers at a county and state level. And the gilt would be tag 803, would be the blue gilt that the artist formerly known as Hunter Langoff is on in the center of the ring. Picture perfect, tricked out, killer built gilt for showing later into the spring. This one looks to have a long shelf life out of a young, tricked out, tell-all female that looks to be one to start building around.
really good trio here from Schwecky, and Blue Gilt's the one that really grabs your attention when she pokes her head through the gate down here, and I think she does so because she's very stout in her skull and big in her arm, and hits me as one, like Zach said, and is right up there, has a very wide window, and whether you want to show her as a light cross here in March in the state of Oklahoma, or you could probably take her and even stretch her beyond that into summer and hit some of the Midwest shows and show as a light cross. I think that one's got a wide window. She does so because she's so dense and square and loose and pliable, and looks like one that could feed for a long time and gather a bunch of hardware. The pair of boar pigs, the one Zach's on there, has got a really neat look, extra extended in terms of how he's put together, but yet still got some bone and some feature and a square hip laid into him. The little guy there looks to be one that's got some intrigue as well. He's bold and square in his chest. He's got a neat look up front. He's big in terms of his cage, and yet still proportions well. I think a very neat trio here from Schwecky.
Bring in a pair here from Hip 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 Hooray Show Pigs. Which one are you on there, Jace? Tag 49, Jason says. Chin Music on a Cobra sow. Mother was reserve Poland Gilda 2023 Team Purebred Peachtree Regional. Littermate brother to the mother was 5th overall at the Team Purebred Peachtree Regional in 23. Grand Dam was the reserve gilt at Indy in 2020. She has also produced the reserve Poland Barrow at NJSS in 2023 and the boar known as Snoopy at Crossroads. Tag 50 would be the black-headed dark cross boar pig over there. Wild Ride Judgment Day. Mother was the first litter gilt from Bar M Crew in Georgia. She was successfully shown on the Georgia jackpot scene last fall.
That little Poland thing I think is intriguing. That is a very dense critter in terms of just skull and blade and chest and forearm, and yet body shape is extremely good too. Love his shape and muscle, and yet he still looks like one that can mature and have the right kind of maturity pattern to go ahead and get on big when he needs to. I think that one represents some quality, not only from a Barrow standpoint, but even potentially from a boar standpoint with that kind of skull and feature and body. He looks like a very intriguing Poland one to me. The black-headed one probably comes with just that much look and presence, and you love his skull and his muzzle. When he comes right at you, got a big shape up high, a big square hip, still loose and pliable at the ground. Good pair here from Corrier.
Okay, as we start into the Adam Beck and family consignment here, he's going to bring us a pair of Duroc boar pigs. The young lady in the center of the ring's got tag 103, would be a Rock Backfire. Dam was the reserve champion Duroc Guild at 2023 Southeast Regional, NJSA Southeast Regional. Dam raised 3 sale-making barrows in Texas Majors in 24. She also raised Big Maple at Schaefer's Gold Rush. Bear Claw Grand Dam is also the Grand Dam of the 47 litter we are bringing, which leads us to tag 104, which would be the one Jason's on there. Lunch Pail, next chapter. Dam was Grand Guild at NJSA Southeast Regional in 2020. Grand Dam was the Grand Guild in 2018 at the same show. Dam is the great Grand Dam of our $36,000 male pig at Kings and our $22,500 gilt established.
really good pair here from Beck, and once again, I think a pair that offers some differences in terms of maybe how you like them or how you like to feed them. The 103 from a pedigree standpoint combines Beck and Moyer there both, and does so, I think, with the best of both worlds. You have the look and presence of Beck's with the density and just the power of Moyer stuff, and I think that's a very neat pig that comes at you broad and square in his chest and good in his body, got good shape, good muscle, and still a neat look up front. The bigger one probably is one that's just that much stouter in terms of his skull and his arm and his front foot, extra pliable in terms of his skeleton and the way that he gets out and goes, so loose and correct in terms of his hind leg shape, and yet still got width and power. I think a good pair there, as far as one that fits into March. The little one probably fits that very well. I think the bigger one probably could give you options anywhere from a boar pig to show in February to March as well. I think a really good pair there from Beck.
Okay, we finish out the Beck consignment with tag 430, be a dark cross gilt Stinger Trick Daddy, one of the most anticipated prospects we've ever had to offer this fall.
Very intriguing belted gilt comes out here, and one that certainly grabs your attention in terms of, the big key words that folks like to talk about in terms of hair and look and presence and shape and stuff as you get up high. And yet I think she's one that's extra stout at the ground. She's good in her front foot, got the right kind of maturity pattern, square and genuine in terms of how she's put together. I think one that could be an intriguing show gilt, but I think another one here once again as we talk about future value and what they represent. I think return on investment come March, or even take her home and put her in the sow pen. I think she represents a ton of quality, represents the Beck firm extremely good.
As we start into the Schmaling consignment here, tag 119 is the one Ben's on in the center of the ring there. That would be a Lake Effect at upper hand, back on a top secret sow. One of our absolute favorite weanling boar pigs we've ever offered. Hairy stout and heavy structured. 28-2 as a championship pedigree on both the top and bottom side. Lake Effect is the mate brother to the champion Berkshire Barrow at Perry this spring and shares the same dam as the champion Berkshire Gilt at the Exposition in 24. Tag 120 would be the Barrow. Would be a Lake Effect top secret and is a litter mate to tag 119.
I think a good pair here, and once again a pair you can tell are mates, and I think the boar pig is very intriguing. I think one that's square and genuine in terms of how he's put together, extra dense at the ground in terms of bone, foot size, mirrors that in his skull and his tail root. You study him up there big in his cage, got good shape and muscle, and yet one that's comfy enough in terms of how he gets out and goes. Love his squareness, love his body shape. That's a very intriguing one out front there that Ben's on, in my opinion. The Barrow comes to us, and he looks like a show Barrow. I think one that got extra look and presence and good in his build and body shape. Very, very good pair that represent a ton of quality.
Okay, as we start into the Yanis consignment here, another fellow Illini brings them right out. We got a couple different flavors here. Brandon's on tag 222, which would be a Philosophy Statement Day last drop. Work of art son. Philosophy is obviously a work of art son. Bred to Statement Day daughter out of the same sow. Deal with its sister. Last drop sits as grandma on both sides of the pedigree, about as close as we can get. The work Statement Day just makes sense, and Deal's sister has her own legacy. The spot gilt here would be a Q-tip on a double down big wham. Q-tip was our popular spot boar from PT 23. His mother is a mate to the popular Boble gilt that was undefeated the summer of 22. The mother here is the Shite gilt from that same summer that was reserved behind her at CPS in Louisville She was responsible for the 5th overall spot gilt at Expo in 24, the 3rd overall spot gilt and 4th overall spot gilt in 24 at CPS, and the 3rd overall spot gilt at the Indiana State Fair.
I had a buddy come up last night and say, man, did you see that red one of Yanis's? And I didn't get the chance to last night, but glad to get to sit up here and look at him today because that thing is very, very intriguing. I think you start at his nose and you talk about just density of skull and density of arm and how big and square he is in his chest and his knees still right. He opens up good in his cage, and yet he gets out and goes. He's got good length of step off of both ends. He's comfortable. He's pliable where he needs to be and combines that with shape and muscle. I think that one's height to shoulder in relation to his length of body is awfully, awfully neat, and yet to be that loose in his ankle and his rear toe spread behind, that's a very, very unique pig there that I think Boar, Barrow, whatever you want to do, represents a ton of quality. The spotted deal for Yanis has been extremely good, too, and I think this gilt represents that look, presence, build, function, body shape. She takes it to a different level in that particular breed, and we've seen a lot of good spotted ones come through this ring here this evening. I think this one ranks right up there with the very elite of them. I think look, presence, obviously she comes from a championship type pedigree that Brett talked about earlier. Extremely good pair there here from Yanis.
Going to start into a pair from Canoe Show Pigs here. I think, which the Calico, guys? Calico that would be out front there is 189. Lead the way on a rightfully so next intention. Dam of 125.1 is a litter mate to Suits, which is our $20,000 lead off at the established in 2023. Sold to Crossroads. Lead the way pigs have been as consistent as any this sale season. And actually lot 190, which would be the chromed up hog, would be sired the same way. Lead the way, Breaking Rules Dirty South. Breaking Rules Souths have continued to generate across the country. Lead the way offspring looks like the feeding kind.
I think a very nice pair here that come from Canouth. And when you think about Canouth, you think about hogs with look and presence and muscle and bone. And I think these two do that to a very high degree. I saw a video of this red-headed one the other day. I think they posted on social media, and he was very intriguing. And I think no matter where he fits from a color standpoint and what your particular show endeavors are, I think that's still a very, very neat pig. I think one that is so dense and burly at the ground, but still loose and athletic in terms of how he's put together. Body shape's neat there. I think a very unique colored one that represents a lot of quality. The chromed up one is very, very slick looking and has that extra look up front that you expect to come from Canouth. Extra shape and sharp edges up high. Once again, a very nice pair there from Canouth.
Okay, Flatland Show Pigs from the great state of Colorado is bringing us in a pair of, actually we're bringing a trio, okay. Okay, 37 would be the dark cross, or you're taking him back, okay. Okay, 38's the light cross boar pig. Young lady's driving on the far end of the ring. The blue-eyed hog, Stand By Me, quite frankly, Kingpin. Dam raised in her first litter this past spring, the champion Yorkshire on the Colorado Junior Swine Association circuit. Barrow ended up champion Yorkshire in 5th overall at Weld County, which is a very competitive show. Stand By Me is the $40,000 or $45,000 purchase from S&K Kings last year with the initiative. And 413 would be the Calico Gilt. Stand By Me, quite frankly, Kingpin. Dam also raised in her first litter the past spring, the champion Yorkshire on the Colorado June. These are litter mates here, I guess. Won't read through it all in the interest of time, but litter mates here from Flatland in the ring.
Well, once again, I think a very nice pair, and you hate to sound repetitive, but I think that blue-eyed one, I think, is good just in terms of his density. That is a big stout mug followed up by a big blade and a big arm and a big front foot, and yet he's still loose and pliable in terms of how he puts himself together. As you study him from the side, I think that one looks like a very, very good blue show bearer here later in life for somebody as he feeds there into March. I think one that's awfully neat. The Calico Gilt, his littermate there, comes right behind him, and I think one that has the same kind of density and looseness in terms of how she's put together, but yet still looks like a lady up through her front end. She's got some extra extension, still stout in her jawline, good at the top of her neck, extra shape up high. That one looks like a fun one week in, week out to drag out and jackpot. I think a neat pair there to start us off into the flatland consignments.
Okay, so Ben's going to drive out lot 37 here, which would not be a mate to the other two. Wide Awake, Make It Happen, Unlocked. Sal was a $19,000 bred purchase from Team Sloan last year at the source sale. Littermate Gilts have sold extremely well this fall and found good homes. This was the only male hog in the litter.
Yeah, that's probably unfortunate for Ben that he was the only male one, because that one looks like a very good pig, buddy. That one's got the right kind of height to length ratio, and he's good in his body. He's loose in his skeleton, but yet burly in terms of how he's put together. Tip of his nose to his foot, back to his tail. I think that one represents stoutness of feature and spread and mass. I think a very, very good pig that still gets out and goes. Neat pig here to finish us up from Flatland.
Well, as our good friend from the Great White North starts in here, Dougie Fresh brings us lot tag 47 from Albright Swine Farm, which would be the belted cross boar pig that he's on. Game time, rent money, woolly legs on Allow Me's mom. Mother was unbeaten as a breeding gilt and was third overall cross gilt at MLE. Pig is a mate to our $11,000 she sale gilt from about a month ago. Dark cross or belted cross gilt that Lydia's on there. Trick Daddy, Safe Word, Never Before on which is Allow Me's mom. Dam is a litter mate to the fourth overall gilt at the North American.
Well, Dougie's been doing a very, very good job in terms of making high-quality show pigs, and it doesn't matter what breed they are. He probably does a better job of that than he does holding up his end of bets, but I think this pair that he brings out here are awfully good. That boar pig's got a very unique look, and I think one that grabs a lot of attention. His height of shoulder and yet stoutness of skull and jawline. One that's got a bendy, loose hind leg, and he's good in his body. That thing has got a ton of quality, and I think he just looks to me like one that could be very expensive in terms of how he's put together. Looks like a big league show bearer, or one that does have far enough reaching pieces as well that he could probably sit in there and be his boar. The Gilt is another one that you really like in terms of shape and look and presence. So comfortable in terms of how she's put together. She's got the look you come to expect from Albright, and yet combines it with some extra feature as well. I think a very, very good pair there that Doug brings us.
Well, as Keplinger Farms consignment comes in here, Evan Henry brings us tags 66 and 67. I'm guessing it's Friday night, and we must be at a football game at home, just maybe. But Evan's on tag 66. Dark cross boar pig, hits different on a tricked out Never Before, out of a promising young tricked out sow that ties back to some of our best. Tag 67, which would be the hog on the far side, hits different, tricked out Never Before, would be a litter mate here as well.
well, it doesn't matter, Boars, Barrows, or Gilts. I think Keplinger has had as much success and stuff from a breeding standpoint and then from a show ring standpoint as anybody has in the last 12 months, and he's done it for years beyond that. But I think a pair here that they bring us that represent their firm extremely well. The wider boar pig coming across the middle here right now is maybe wanting to fight the stick a little bit and act up, but I think one that certainly needs to intrigue you in terms of width and squareness, look, presence, comfort level. I think that's a very, very intriguing show pig that has a ton of upside. The other one is out of the same mold and build with the same kind of look and presence, one that's got extra good shape up high. I think a very, very good pair here from Keplinger.
As we bring the Corb Farbs consignment in here, tag 63 would be an Out for Blood on a no huddle King of the Hill Cruel BM. This dark cross boar pig, mate to the Kings 2 boar pig purchased by Crossroads. Mom just raised the lightweight division winner at KC. Also mother of Owen Russell's many-time champion gilt this past summer. Sal's a litter mate to the mom of Saddle Up at Laird's.
I think as this one struts across there, I don't think there's much that needs to be said from a quality standpoint of about that one, because if that one's proportions, look, skeletal build, and what he represents from show bearer proportions and look doesn't grab your attention, I don't think 2025 show season is going to treat you very well, because that thing is very, very intriguing. That one is big and square where he needs to be. He's shapely up high. He's loose. He's pliable, but yet he's got that extra look and presence as you study him from the side. Boy, that thing's awfully, awfully neat from Corb there. See if we can take him one more lap. I think one that a lot of people need to step in and look at. Man, that thing's got a very neat look. Off-belted boar pig there from Corb, tag 63.
Okay, we're going to bring Crane Show Pigs first two consignments in here, lots 16 and 17. The young lady, are you on lot 16? Would be a slow hand cash money. Litter mate to the $40,000 high seller at the syndicate that sold to PBG. Litter mate was sold privately here to PBG. $40,000 high seller at Major League to Top Cut. Lot 17 would be the Berkshire Boar Pig out of a first litter gilt. This is above and beyond and an exit strategy. Mother was Champion Burke at the 2023 Wyoming State Fair. She was also Champion Burke at Laramie County and third overall Market Hog.
Belted boar pig here, one we'll talk about first, and I think one that once again, as we start to get into the short rows here, getting this thing wrapped up, I think one that once again does just quality. It has to reach out and grab you. That thing is so bold and so dense, but let loose and how he's put together to combine that kind of power and substance, and yet still hinge the way he does behind, and to be that long and square in terms of his hip. That's a very unique critter in terms of how he's put together. The ladder mark Berkshire there, man, I think that thing represents some quality as well. That's another one that's got a stout mug and a big chest and a big front foot. He's square up high, he's square going away, and yet still can get out and go. That one looks like a very intriguing Berkshire show bearer that would once again give you a wide window maybe in terms of where he needs to finish up anywhere from February to March. But I think a very good pair there from Crane.
As we finish up the Craig Show Pigs consignment here, we're going to finish up with a dark cross gilt, tag 406, is that right? Oh, 79. We're on the wrong one. My apologies to this young lady. 4W Livestock as we start into this. Dark Cross Boar Pig, Buckle Up Hero Endgame. This is her mom is a mate to Urban Legend that we sold to Canes and Delm in the exchange. Dam would have raised Reserve Division 2 at the Missouri State Fair in 24. Gilt that won Muskogee in 24. Also, Dam's litter mate sister just raised the Grand at AYE in 24. Reserve Supreme Gilt. Reserve Champion Commercial Gilt at Arkansas State Fair in 24. Side note, he is bred the same way as the gilt that won the things listed above.
Well, obviously, from a pedigree standpoint, one that's bred extremely, extremely good. And you could talk about Urban Legend or Buckle Up either way, and what they've accomplished in the show ring across the country has been extremely impressive. I think this one's one that represents good height of shoulder and stoutness of feature and look and presence about his front end. Good in terms of his body shape and his mass and his spread up high. I think one that, whether you're looking in here from a boar pig standpoint or whether you want to be out there and be a guy that wants to cut one like this to try to get along maybe earlier in the show season. I think one that represents a lot of value one way or the other. Very good show pig here to start us off.
Continuing on 4W's consignment, another Dark Cross Boar Pig, lot 80, would be a Watts Up, say win on an in game. Mom would be a first-time gilt out of the mother of Urban Legend. Dam would be a litter mate to the mother of the Barrow Battle entry.
The wide belted kind of chromed up boar pig comes out here, and that one's just broad and dense and square in terms of how he's put together. Got a huge turn to the middle part of his body and coincides with that shape and width up high that you want to see all them show bearers have when that point in time comes. That one looks like a good, easy feeding one that cruises right into March extremely well and maybe gathers some backdrop pictures along the way. I think a very good show pig there here from the 4W crew.
As we get into the jockey consignment, tag 156 would be a 40-liter Duroc Boar Pig, limited edition on a statement day. Riker says he's unique.
I would certainly agree with that. I mean, that one pokes his head out the gate and his neck comes and it just keeps coming. As far as the way he looks, that is a unique looking one up ahead of his blade to combine that kind of height of shoulder and presence up front with that kind of skull shape and that kind of stoutness of feature at the ground. That's a big arm and one that's got a big square kind of loose hind leg laid into him. Still got shape and muscle. He's extreme in a lot of areas in terms of how he's put together, but yet his basics and his function still reads extremely, extremely good. I think a very high quality red show pig there, or red boar pig, I guess I should say, from the Jonkey firm.
We're going to start into the Heimer consignment with a pair of dark crosses. Carl's got 272 there in the middle of the ring. Would be a beast mode on a -8 never before. Boots would have tag 273, modern day, no intro, goosebumps.
Good pair here from Heimer, and the one Carl's on there, the more traditional belted pig, is one that, man, you got to love that thing's skull shape, and the way he approaches you in terms of his blade and the squareness to his knee and the strength to his front foot is awfully good. Still got shape when you get right up on top of him, yet then you turn him to the side and gives you that good look as he crosses the ring. Right kind of length of body in relation to his height, good length of hip, function to his hind leg. Looks like one that could be a very high quality show bearer there. The whiter belted one that Boots is on there, and and Boots is kind of getting his butt kicked on showmanship here. But I think one that, once again, looseness, stoutness, flexibility in terms of how he's put together. Another one that's got a big skull and a good look and a big rib cage. I assume their Barrow consignment here. I think one that, once again, in terms of pieces later in life, I think comes together extremely well. Good pair here from Heimer.
As we start into the Danner consignment, Biscuit's bringing us tag 232 there. He's driving in the center of the ring. Be the off belt, would be a safety first, tricked out king size. Mama is from Sloan and just getting started as a show gilt. She was 4th out Division III at the Indiana State Fair in 22. The spotted up calico hog would be 234 right there in front of the camera. That would be a snapback DW Lampoon, be a spot boar pig. Dam is the reserve was the reserve grand overall gilt at American Royal in 22, shown by Emma Garland. So that would leave tag 233 there in the center of the ring. Would be a snapback cold-hearted cowboy JoJo Kingpin. Dam was shown by the Fulchers. She was grand overall at North Carolina State Fair and a sailmaker at North American. Grandma was a $15,000 purchase out of the chosen ones that was a must-have.
Well, Blake and his family certainly have been on a tear as far as anybody across the nation in terms of what they put together. And I got an extra one here coming to the party. We'll go ahead and start talking about the one that Biscuit has there on the far side, the off-belted boar pig. Man, that thing's intriguing, and I think one that, whatever you want to talk about in terms of show window and what he represents, I think he's got a lot of stretch. I think he can get to where he needs to be come March, but I think one, too, that once again, if you wanted to think long-term, he's got some value there as well. I think one that's got an incredibly unique look ahead of his blade, that kind of muzzle and jaw line combined with that kind of neck attachment and blade and chest is awfully intriguing. Good body shape, hinges loose, got big hairy legs and big paws. I think a very nice pig there that to start off the Danner consignment. The narrow belted pig 233 that comes across there next. I think another one, look, presence, function in terms of how he's put together is awfully good. I love his length and extension up front. I love the length and extension of his hip. Hinges so loose and still got shape, muscle, and width where he needs to. Then the spotted up one, and I think if you listen to it from a pedigree standpoint, I think Blake was probably trying to reach here, and I guess you can envision whatever you want to envision for that one later in life and what you want to do with him. But I think one that if you just talk about a show pig that's got width and squareness and body shape and muscle and still got kind of combines that with look and skeleton, I think he fits in a lot of different molds. I think a good trio there from Danner.
Go further into the Danner consignment here. Blake's got the Duroc boar pig consignment there in the center of the ring. Would be tag 231. Rock on a Dos Equis, change it up Challenger. Pig would be a full sib to throwing stones and laying bricks. They're popular boars there. Purple Power Boar Stud this fall. The belted gilt would be a she's tagged 467. Whacked out, back slap, breaking rules. Mom was shown by Stolers and is the best animal on the farm. First litter, she made reality at Purple Power. Holderly's 4th out cross barrow at the Indiana State Fair. Harrison's last class winner at the American Royal and 5 keeper gilts. Grandma would be a mate to Lancaster's barrow that was a reserve at Expo in 21.
we start to put a wrap on this thing here, we bring another pair here from Danner, and that little red one once again is very intriguing. That is a very dense, hairy red one as you study him at the ground in terms of bone and foot size, and yet still loose and good in terms of his skeleton. I like that one's length of body in relation to his look and his presence ahead of his blade, and still got a long good hip in him in terms of the way he gets out and goes. I think that one once again, whether you want to cut him, whether you want to keep him intact, that's your call, I guess. But he does have some far-reaching pieces, but yet brings it together enough if you did want to cut him that to make a very, very high-quality show bearer there come March. The Gilt is one that you get right up on the top of that thing, and that one has the big backs and the big rib cage. She's very good in that regard, and yet you turn her to the side, and she's still got a neat, elegant look up front. Combines that with the right length of body and a good bend and set to her hind leg. The posture of her skeleton is extremely good, and she's opened up and square. Once again, a good pair here from the Danner firm.
Well, as we finish out the Friday preview of Perfect Timing 2024, Danner's going to end it with lot 230, Yorkshire Boar Pig, Slim Shady, Tricked Out, Kingpin, Hold My Beer, 71, Red 7. Mama is Brandy Gilt that wins Exposition 23. Mate to Frosha's Barrow that wins Louisville in 23 as well. Grandma brings 60,000 in the exchange to Goss.
Well, for you marathon runners that have been with us from the beginning, I think this is a very fitting way to end, and one that comes out of a boar pig that was purchased here last year in Slim Shady from the sides firm that Danner stepped in there and spent some money on. Boy, this one's very intriguing, and I think whether once again you want to talk about Showbera, which I think I don't know if you're going to get that opportunity if that's what was in your mind when you set out here and you saw this guy enter the ring. This one does have some boar pieces too. That thing's skull reads boar, his chest, his arm, his front foot, his rib cage, his back. That one is as stout and as dense of a white one as you're going to find from the tip of his nose to the base of his tail. That one's awfully good, and yet he does it with clean joints. He does it with a loose skeleton, the right kind of length of body. Boy, that one's got some far outlying pieces, and one of that particular color does some things that are awfully hard to do. Biscuit brings us a good one to finish up our preview. One that I think's awfully neat. What's his tag number again? Tag 230, Danner Livestock.